I feel like I'm in a space waiting room. And I'm waiting to have space intimacy, space coitus at the Space Flusy Bar. Welcome everybody. Everybody to the limit, everybody to the limit. It's open forum again. That's all that you care about or love. None of you want to be money makers. None of you want to be crypto zillionaires. You just want to see people get smashed in debate in some sort of intellectual WWF with all of your toxic masculinity. And I'm here to provide satisfaction for you. I can give you do-do-do. I can give you do-do-do. Satisfaction do-do-do. This is, what's that guy's name? The dude with the the dude with the ethnic lips. What's his name? Keith Jagger. Richard Simmons of the Rolling Stones. I can give you do-do-do. Satisfaction. Do-do-do. Welcome everybody to the limit. Today we're going to open it up for all y'all dum-dums to call in and get owned. That's a wigger laugh, by the way, for people that don't know. People try to, what is your laugh? I'm explaining it to you. It's a wigger laugh. Wigger, aka Sam Hyde. Today we're going to be talking a little bit about Sam Hyde, and we're going to open it up because I know all you dorks want to call in and have your dork questions answered. But we had this debacle. Had a debacle. People are I knew when this dropped yesterday. I watched it as soon as it dropped, by the way. I watched it as soon as it dropped. And I knew it was going to be a spectacle and a debacle. I didn't know it was going to keep blowing up. I mean, it's blowing up way bigger than I expected. First of all, comedian podcasts, ever since, I guess, Matan, but he wasn't really the first to do this kind of stuff. Comedian podcasts have always been kind of like, some of them at least, right? Sort of engineered disasters and trolling of the trolls and meta podcast of a meta podcast of a meta podcast, performance art debacles. All this stuff has happened before. But this one is pretty wild because, well, for one, I didn't help set this one up, but a couple of these that were done, I did have a hand in setting up. One or two of them came about, and one or two of them didn't. I'm talking about when Sam and the MDE guys went out there to that other coast, to the gay coast, and tried to set up some promotional things. So I'm getting conflicting information. I don't know what's going on here. My first, when I watched this is actually like perfect chaos. I thought it was funny. I thought I just assumed it's all a bit. Everybody's having fun. I thought maybe Harland was like, I'm going to destroy my podcast studio, so why don't you do it? You know, I thought something like that. That's not an impression. I don't even know how to impersonate this guy. But that's not really what happened. I mean, it started out kind of a standard, as you would expect, interview with, and I thought, given the fact that you can't see Charles, this was supposed to be goofy on purpose, right? Like, and then there's this random Filipino dude over here, sausage lips or whatever they call him. I just thought this was all supposed to be awkward on purpose. And it went wild. It went crazy. Everybody's talking about it. And reading the comments, which, by the way, I thought I had a really funny comment that I think got deleted. But it turned into Sam, I guess, trolling and talking about people of the Jewish persuasion, which there were some pretty funny jokes about that. And then the whole chat turned into Sam Hyde was bad because he didn't out-troll Harland. And Harland out-trolled Sam. But the whole thing to me just seemed like chaos and madness on purpose. So, yeah, the whole thing was funny. I don't understand why it was... We'll get a little vibe of it here at the beginning of how it started out.
Able to see you.
I'm going to shift around because I have back...
Oh, wow. Like, why you sound like you maybe want to, like, shoot up a school or something.
I want to shoot up a phone.
The $1 trillion company's trying to fuck you, and you're not angry about it? You like it?
Ask my friend, don't ask me.
I like it. I like it.
See, the whole vibe of it was weird, right? It's like he just deflects every question to the Filipino-ish dude. And nothing weird was happening. I mean, out of the ordinary for the first 3-5 minutes. The dialogue was funny. It was like nothing was ever being serious, and you could never get anywhere in the interview on purpose. And I thought that's what it was supposed to be.
I love it.
Now, that's an iPhone.
Yeah.
Have you been always an iPhone?
Yeah,
iPhone?
yeah.
You never went to Android?
No, I don't like Androids.
Why?
Because just the name, it reminds me of robots.
Yeah.
Robots are going to eventually take over the planet.
Yeah.
We're all going to be slaves to robots.
Yeah, Indian people masquerading as robots. Did you know that's how AI works sometimes?
Wait, explain to it. Before you explain, because you're about to talk tech, folks, just so you know, this is the first podcast we've ever done with this many cameras, this many microphones. We're going to have tech issues. I already know it, but it.
Now, he said this because apparently the tech issues were that he was going to bleep out every promo for World Peace 2. And so I think what they did was on purpose. They
downloaded from
interlaced.
It's someone I downloaded.
They interlaced
Really?
every section of the podcast where there was
singer.
a promo.
I have a thing for do you like Jude
with a MDE style cutaway to sort of blank out any of the promos is what is the story apparently.
Judas Priest?
No.
Hell bent for leather.
Yeah, it was the backup one of the backup singers.
Really?
Okay.
What's on your wallpaper, crazy guy?
Me, I just have a
Delivering
Apple,
the goods.
It's just like a default gradient thing.
Mine's
Gradient.
like a shade
Yeah,
shadow.
I don't want
Wallpaper of sure. Download sing
a gradient thing.
Yeah.
Wallpaper.
my wallpaper on my phone.
Yeah.
It's oddly enough, it's a wallpaper of wallpaper.
Can I see it? You don't have to show the camera. But
All right, so it's pretty jovial for the first 15-20 minutes, and then things start to take a darker turn. So let's get over here to when it starts to turn a little bit darker and weirder. And we want to see if we can I don't know how to do this, like this gay body language stuff like the CIA, FBI people do. You know, you see these videos that pop up on YouTube and some FBI profiler, I can tell you by the way that they pick their nose that they're actually a serial killer. Look at the way that they flick the booger with their thumb. Only a serial killer with serious psychosis like, I don't know how to do that gay stuff. But we're going to try it out. We're all going to be FBI profilers for the day. Can we figure out, was this a legitimate trolling of the troll? Maybe Sam Hyde came on with the mindset of 66-dimensional chess to troll the troll and to let people think Harland was going to out-troll Sam and then Sam would troll the whole podcast. I don't know. Let's see where things get weirder.
I'm not that guy. I'm a Catholic Irish Canadian boy.
okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Same.
Pardon me?
So Sam was joking that he had converted to Judaism at the Scientology temple. I thought that was actually pretty funny. And then Harland says I'm a Irish Catholic.
Paul,
Same.
go ahead. Paul.
Yeah. You're a Canadian guy?
Yeah.
Same.
From where, Paul?
Quebec. Québécois.
Parlez-vous français, Paul?
Oui, je m'appelle Nick. Il aussi son cep.
Hold on. What was that?
That was
Is there a pair of
French.
Scissors? Do you have
That was
A
French.
pair of what?
scissors?
Yes. What do you need them for?
Can we ask Amber? Hey, Amber.
Amber, sit.
Sam burps and asks for scissors. They keep cutting to some ads, and then it gets a little weirder.
With his great dear friends, Michael, Damien,
different song?
Stephen.
Also, the hidden gem of this podcast is actually that you can't see Charles ever, and every one of Charles's cut-ins is really funny. Like he's actually saying the funniest riffs. Harland has some good riffs too, but here's where it starts to get weird.
Walter, and Potato Pancake Tits.
Is this a different song?
It's on a potato pancake tip.
Good that you don't like robots.
Why?
Well, you know.
The sound of
I know, but when he comes laying down like a lasagna fried
Get it?
fuck steak.
He doesn't have a mic.
I know, but when I'm trying to lurch into a birch and he's skinning a cedar,
Well, what do you want him to do instead?
well, Sammy,
What is he supposed to do?
So it's still very silly. You can see if I do my gay FBI body language analysis, Sam has a jokey look on his face. Nick is still jokey. Harland seems to be rolling with it. The ambiguous Asian dude in the background, Filipino, whatever he is. He's one of them island boys. Them island boys, but like a Chinese island boy. Them Chinese island boy.
Sammy,
What do you
Sammy,
specifically? What do you want?
will you tell him?
What you want?
He wants you to fuck
Yeah.
off the Fritos.
He wants you to fuck him.
So the cut-ins, I assume, were supposed to be sort of cut-ins mimicking MDE style.
All right.
You guys know what a prison sissy is? That's what I was in prison.
Oh, he tried. Read the question on there.
No.
Would you like to?
No, they're well. Isn't Alaska's like the rape capital of the world?
So then it starts turning into grape. And I'm guessing, I don't know if Harland did this on purpose or it was just random improv-y situation of an awkward podcast, but Harland says something like you look like you're not having a good time, or something like you've been graped. And then Sam's like, no, that's not what's going on.
Planet.
Talk to me.
Yeah, because they're Indians.
I love rape.
They're
Talk
absolutely
to me.
barbaric.
Yeah, the Inuits.
So now they're talking about Inuits and grape, and it starts to get a little more serious. Sam still looks like he's kind of having fun, but not sure where to go here.
It's that Gary Paulson book with the
You
I
let the
did a
dogs
rock.
out on you.
Yeah, he let the dogs out on me, and it
He
wasn't-
let the dogs do rough dog on you?
Yeah, it was Gary Paulson's famed novel after Hatchet. There
It was
one
called
about
Rough
the-
Dog.
It was.
Prison sissies.
So you ever been?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know what that question was, but that was something that Harland wanted to bleep out. And then Harland's like, yes.
How'd that go?
So I was in the parking lot of the Glendale Galleria.
And I thought the story was actually kind of funny. Somebody said that they think this story made Sam mad. I don't think Sam would care. I don't know, but Harland tells this story that he was roller skating and a van full of Roman Catholic priests grabbed him and took him into the van. So it's a gang of priests, like 5 or 6 Roman Catholic priests, that kidnapped him. I mean, it's obviously a ridiculous made-up story, right? Which I thought was pretty funny, but let's see where it goes from there.
Okay, Sam. There's no one in the parking lot. It's huge. It's like an... So I'm rolling by. I go by the van.
I
did a
dogs
rock.
out on you.
Yeah, he let the dogs out on me, and
Glendale time. If you could look away.
This is a good story. I gotta hear the end.
Okay. So you're not going to look away.
You got us ensnared right now.
engaging.
Good one.
Now it's starting to get a little bit awkward that people are not knowing how to take it or what to do.
Grab me.
Excuse me, allergies.
They were public school teachers, is what you meant.
If I could tell my own story.
That's true.
You sure they weren't rabbis?
They might have been.
And then Sam, again, keeps making Irish Brazilian jokes.
I'm gonna finish what you're saying.
Yes.
Say it again.
Well, just do your job for fuck's sake.
I really have nothing to talk about. I'm just here.
Fritos.
Hats.
Yeah, you can go fuck a bag of. I'm gonna go fuck a bag of Fritos.
So they pull me into the van, and on the back of the van, there's a picture of a cross.
I think there's a lot more sex in public schools than there are in the
In
priests.
synagogues.
Yeah, and so it seemed like the joke about the priests, Sam is flipping that and saying, yeah, but it's happening in synagogues as well, and public schools, and this is where it starts to get weird.
Have you ever been?
What?
Yeah.
No.
Not yet.
Would you like to be?
You go to Alaska, it's going to
By
happen.
who?
You choose. Barry Manilow.
You got that type of work in you?
This is where it's getting awkward. That was an odd question from Harland.
HRS.
I want to talk about cunnilingus.
Yeah.
Throat cancer.
Do you like it?
It gets dirtier, weirder.
And orangutans. Do you like nature at all or no?
No.
I don't like nature. That was pretty funny. Do you like nature? No, who doesn't like nature?
Is it okay if I talk to you about it?
Of course, yeah.
Now, Sam seems to be handling this pretty well still. Like, he's still got a smirk. He doesn't look angry at all. It looks like it's still fun. Nick looks like he's still having fun. It's awkward, but it's still fun. And then it's about to get crazy.
I like bonobos.
Yeah.
You like what?
Bonobos.
Bonobos.
I like great apes.
Yeah. You like a bonobo?
I don't like nature.
Yeah, monkeys are
Okay,
different
but
than
maybe
apes.
what if I swayed you?
Well, hit me with what you got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gorillas and orangutans make nests every night. Like every night they get twigs and they make a nest up in a tree.
That sounds disgusting.
I know. But I would love to see you make a gorilla nest.
Right here?
Doesn't sound easy.
Yeah.
So it sounds like an invite. What do you guys think? Yeah, Nick looks like he really wants to let loose on whatever's happening, but Harlan invited him to say, or invited him to make a gorilla nest, which I assume means make a mess. Which that's, I think, why I thought, well, this had to be some kind of like bit, right? They planned this bit out. And why do you even care about this? Why are you talking about this? Yeah, I thought the whole thing was funny. I actually enjoyed the whole podcast. I write for the Sam Hyde Show. What do you mean I don't know what's going on here? I mean, I have a bit of a stake in this because I write for Sam Hyde Show. So
Amber, bring in the gorilla twigs, please.
gorilla nest?
Oh, no. We're going to bring in gorilla twigs.
I got you. Here we go. There we go.
Oh, no.
Big gorilla nest coming in.
now Harlan is smiling. He doesn't look upset to me. This doesn't seem like. And by the way, all he did was tip over a giant metal desk. He didn't destroy the set, first of all. I believe this was still a bit. I think this was some sort of a let's create a spectacle debacle. That's really what podcasts are so super fucking boring. People are sick of podcasts, and goober tard sitting there yapping for 3 hours about stupid shit, that people in the comedy world are wanting to do other things with podcasts. Just create spectacles, right? We got a few super chats here. This is where it starts to get pretty wild, though. But you'll notice Harland said, create a gorilla nest, please. And then Sam obliged him. And Harland is sitting here laughing. He's loving this. Troy went him 20 pounds. What's a good book for an agnostic skeptic concerning entry-level Christianity? How would you use tag to rebuke utilitarianism or the we don't know yet argument if it comes to knowing if God is real? Probably an easy entry-level book would be Ultimate Proof by Dr. Jason Lisle, Lisle. How would you rebuke utilitarianism? Well, utilitarianism can't justify its assumption that the right, or what you ought to do, is to benefit the greatest number of good with the greatest happiness. And we don't know how to determine the greatest happiness or the pleasure points. So it's all very arbitrary. Also, there's a great critique of utilitarianism, which is that we don't know if why ought we prefer the quantity of good over the quality of good? In other words, what if I get 1,000 pleasure points out of becoming muad'Dib and having a harem, and that quality, I have the most immense 1,000 points of pleasure by doing that, versus the greatest number of people receiving pleasure. For example, everyone gets a Mars bar. Well, that might give everybody 2 pleasure points. But so how do we know what's better, what we ought to do? Oh, well, clearly you ought to give 1 million people a Mars bar over Jay having the Lizan al-Gaib status of having a harem. Well, why? There we go. See, so there's a good critique of that. Zep Rider, 20 pounds. What's up, dog? Thank you so much. Scabby McScabberson, $10. This is my first time donating. Oh, Pay Piggy. Welcome to being a official Pay Piggy. I don't have anything to say. I just wanted attention on me for a minute. Well, Stabby got the attention. In fact, he's going to get some more attention because he sent another super chat for $10. He says, I didn't realize the goal was orange super chats. Here's $10 to make it 20. Actually, $9.99 plus $9.99 doesn't equal 20. But that's okay. I still love you. I'm sorry for being a dummy. That's okay. It's okay. This whole podcast is engineered towards making slow boys into fast boys. It's basically an assembly line process. And the key to that is your super chats. The more super chats you give, the quicker you become a fast boy. Jordan, $5. I don't know about the meta of this podcast. It's probably a bad choice to tell a very large man, act like a gorilla and make a nest. I mean, I don't know. Again, people act like they know Sam Hyde. I do know Sam Hyde. What are you talking about? By the way, we about to roll out some more banger ass Sam Hyde shows. Shout out to Ryan. Shout out to Pat. Shout out to a new dude. Also, we got some hot hype writers up in there, baby. We're taking it to the next level. Thank you guys for the super chats, by the way. Explain it like a whiteboard. Y'all know how this works. Y'all remember the whiteboard summer over here back in 2020. I got the whiteboard here. I can bring it back out. If y'all get too slow, I'm gonna have to bring it back. All right, so it gets back to this podcast. This is where it gets a little weirder. Levels of weird going up.
Is there a gorilla in this room or what?
Oh, hey!
Oh, there we go.
We lost. We lost power.
Here, get in the gorilla nest.
Wait, bring in the gorilla twig.
Hop in the gorilla nest. All right?
I don't know if we have.
Let's get you in there.
We can't fit in there.
Let's get you in there, buddy. Let's get you in there. Let's get in there.
Then they start wrestling, and they look like they're having fun. And then it flips, and Sam becomes the interviewer of Harland's show, which is kind of funny.
Counter.
Curly fries.
I have biofreeze if you're hungry.
We have no longer have audio,
Yeah,
but I think we got a little video.
that'd be cool.
Bring the cookies. Here we go.
Oh, there's a
Keep rolling. Why do you gotta slap my knee?
Because you're taking serious stuff and you're making it funny and silly.
But you don't have to slap my teeth.
Boom!
This is where it's getting weird. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows what's real and what's fake. So, I mean, if this was all like a setup performance art debacle spectacle, this is pretty wild. I think this could go to 1 million views, which is interesting because this will be like the largest podcast on Harland's channel.
What do you see?
You had so a lot of beauty and gorgeousness, gorgeous beauty in there.
I'd love to feed you a cookie.
Oh, slap that out of your hand.
You will? But not too.
It's getting weird.
Hold your hand up to the camera. This is a goal.
That's down my pants.
Look at this. Yeah. Hello, shit
Hi,
fingers.
everybody.
Yeah.
Don't ask, don't tell. Anyway, Donner, Cuban blitzing. There, I said.
Dude, that was a reindeer?
Here's Rudolph.
Sam, can we talk about? Do you mind me touching your
That's
leg?
fine.
Like it's a friendly talk.
I know.
It's like an interviewer
You
talk.
can do that. You can do it.
Sam,
Yeah.
can you tell us about your fabulous new sketch show?
Of course I
I'd
can.
love to hear about it. Tell the folks watching.
Thanks for finally bringing that up.
Yeah. Let's talk
This
about
is
that.
Alex Schultz directed this thing.
Yes, Alex
Hey,
Schwaltz.
And this is the crew right here.
Yeah.
Eric Hayden, Charles Carroll, Nick.
So it took 40 minutes, I guess, to get to what they were there for, which is the promotion of the new season. And this is where it's still going to get weirder.
Roachford.
Yeah.
We're a sketch comedy troupe. And we had a show called...
And then it cuts out when he talks about world peace. And so that's what I think most people are saying is the sign that this was actually a legitimate anger situation, a legitimate confrontation. Hey, Jamie, could you make me an espresso?
10 years ago. So 10 years later, we redid it. We did a new sketch show. It's called and it's going to be on M. And it's,
So, even still, though, that could be something funny. You know what I mean? That could still be done as an allusion to MDE style stuff.
How did you get here? How did you?
You are just being making fun of us.
What do you mean?
Tell us about your journey.
Yeah, how you got to this place where you're doing the show? How you?
His Nick's cousin is a sculptor, and we met at art school. And Nick and Charles are childhood friends, and Eric's their childhood friend also. And we just sort of kind of all gravitated.
Too. I hate them all. I hate you.
Yeah, I hate.
I really hate you, but I love you.
You better come to the show.
I love to hate
trash
you.
your fucking house.
I'll trash your wife.
Okay.
I'll trash your sister's brace face.
My sister's pussy.
I'll trash that too.
Do cunnilingus.
I'll do
You
cunnilingus.
even know what that word.
So then it turns into a hug.
Sam, hi. Give me a
That's
hug.
not a hug.
Give me a hug. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's my
We don't have the endurance to do
Yeah,
this
I'll
type
worry
of
about it. I'll
content
make it all
for
better.
long.
Eric and I are good.
folks. That's it for today. Until next time.
So, what do you guys think? I don't know. To me, it still seems, number one, not a big deal. Who cares? Like, it's a comedy podcast. It's entertainment. Entertainment is spectacle. Hello. Seems like high-level trolling. Maybe they were both trying to troll. Maybe it's all three things at once. You need to talk about Nick's reactions. Maybe Nick didn't know where it was going or what was going on. But I watched the clips of Nick making surprised, shocked faces. What do you guys think? It was very odd. Very high-level stuff. Trolls trolling trolls, and meta-trolls trolling meta-trolls. There's the link, by the way, if you guys want to watch the full episode in the description. I know when I saw this yesterday, I was like, all right, this is going to be pretty big. It's going to blow up. And it's already got 200,000 views. The clips on Twitter already have like almost 1 million views. Let's see. Oh, wait. Oops, that's the wrong one. I want to see your plump booty. You have a plump booty. Anyway, my thought on this then is that people don't, like, even if this was a little bit serious, so what? Like, who cares? And the comments are just like, people are losing their shit, dude. We got people are going into all kind of stuff. I guess we have to open it up. I did want to talk about this Trump fail real quick because this is kind of wild, man. What the hell is going on, man?
You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen?
No, it's
of
not
that?
the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And
What? Epstein is a Democrat hoax? I mean, that's what the hell is it? That makes no sense.
it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier. That turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents.
Now, it is true that the Democrat-run FBI people have had these files or the data or whatever, but how does that make it a Democrat hoax? That's preposterous.
It was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. It's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems.
Look, the guy is a problem. It's a very much a problem guy, but look, this is probably the best, greatest mistake I've even when I make a mistake, it's the greatest lie of all time, the greatest mistake. Who can do it better than me? Probably nobody, probably. Yeah, I mean, this is just not, what do we even need to say about this? It's just preposterous and retorted. I think that people, my friend here, the proud Dyerite, said, and no, this is not my alternate sock account, people are becoming literalist. They don't know how to identify sarcasm or what's unserious or what's hyperbolic. They take everything as literal. This is what happens when people don't read books. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what's going on. Exactly. Thank you so much, Jamie. Can you make me an espresso? It's like how low-tier preachers fall into heresy because they take every statement in the Bible to be 100% literal, and they think it's too hard of a word or a sentence. A sentence loses meaning, he's saying, like if you go away from the literal sense. It is. This is what we've been trying to point out with literature and the way lit works. Like, if you read lit, this is what I pointed out in a couple of my videos back. For example, a really complex Dostoevsky novel, because there's so many things going on. There's like philosophical depth, there's theological depth, There's story arcs, there's characters' psychological motivations, and you have to keep up with these multiple storylines all at once within a gigantic, complex novel. This lights up like multiple areas of the brain that no other art form does. Maybe a really complex film would be comparable. And maybe, you know, I mean, if you think about something like music, you know, music is just audio. So it's not going to light up as many of the brain centers as something that's requiring all of this brain power. And as we get more and more dumbed down over time, which is by design, by the way, fewer and fewer people are able to understand the nuance of language. They don't understand how language works. And jokes are very much, I mean, language and intelligence closely correlate, as does humor. And I just think if you look at the way that the philosophy of language works in understanding different senses of words, a lot of times jokes are plays on words, plays on the sense of the word. People don't get jokes because they don't understand language and wordsmithery and linguistic play. And I don't know. Like, everybody's just been like retardified, dude. I don't know. Mean Eugene, $5. This is the slow boy to ascension pipeline. Exactly. Patina Eater, $10. I found you when you were on Perfect Guy Life, Sam Hyde podcast. Since then, I've been watching your debates. You got me out of the Protestant mindset. I'm currently looking for Orthodox Church. Thank you, Jay. Christ is King. That's good to hear, dog. Scabby McScabberson, $10. Where are all the slow boys at? Pay Piggy. It's over $20 now. Hashtag math. Exactly. Ooh. Hey, Piggy. Steelborn, Truth Tempered by Logic, $20. Jay, how would you argue against in vitro fertilization? I'm looking for pointers on a debate on this topic. I've never even debated that. And it's such an odd topic. I haven't really thought about it, but I would just think that if you have a religious mindset and you believe the Christian paradigm worldview, like, the only way to have offspring is husband and wife. So the idea of like farming that out to, I don't know, third worlders, I would be welcome. Like, imagine if you farmed that job out to like Indian dudes. Please, shop Babs and Virginia will be your surrogate daddies. Only if you could farm it out to third world immigrants who genuinely need the work. That's how I would support it. Construction Zone, $5. 2.5 million euros worth of crypto was stolen. The German court says there's no crime because there's no property rights because it's not a thing. Whoa. Major German boomer mindset. If crypto's not a thing, well, there's nothing wrong with stealing it because you can't steal a not a thing. So it's time to start stealing cryptos, bro. I'm joking, by the way. Did y'all enjoy my Aussie bro crypto influencer character? I think he needs to make a comeback. He needs to be a regular. Susie Bazuki, $10. I'm confused by what I just watched. Everyone is confused by what they watched. And even if you think Sam went crazy, it's going to be a hit. I mean, it's already... Dude, look at this. 7,000 comments. By the way, my joke was that I'm the Jewish mogul in the background with the keywords that triggers Sam's MK Ultra programming. And then somebody else in the comments literally took my comment. That's pretty crazy. And my comment's gone, by the way. Yeah, this is probably going to hit 1 million views, dude. This is pretty crazy.
Hey, everybody.
But I usually assume that people are, like when I see stuff in media, I just kind of default assume that people are creating spectacles. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're not. I mean, it's already got like 5 times more views than all of his other podcasts. Like his other podcasts have 30 to 50. And that one's already like headed to 200,000. So it looks like a success in my book. FPV Flight Airborne $50. These videos where you point to the heart and not just theology has made me proud and honored to be part of the church, true church. Are you talking about my practical wisdom drop videos? Well, I'm glad you guys like them. They seem to be more popular than these live streams, but the live streams is where y'all pay piggies really shine. FDA was brilliant in the last debate with Trent Dougherty. He's the real body, especially the real body and blood experience comment. Yeah, I think they really just destroyed themselves. But you know what's pretty amazing about destroying yourself, like the Roman Catholics are doing on all these, like they just had loss after loss after loss. But I mean, I guess in the world of Roman Catholicism, that just means double down, triple down, quadruple down. So, you know, whatever. I don't really see any need to interact anymore with the trad cat world or any of those people, except for the one more debate that we have planned with Tim Gordon. Otherwise, like Roman Catholics can call in, but otherwise, like there's no point. Like, what are we even interacting about at this point? Murat Akbulut, what's up, dude? He gifted 50 memberships. Damn, dude. I don't know how expensive that was, but thank you. Appreciate that. We got some pay piggies showing up, doing their due diligence, rolling in the mud. JR, $10. When do your orders ship out? Again, the orders are behind because there are hundreds of orders for Esoteric Hollywood 3, and I'm having to rewrite 2 sections of Esoteric Hollywood 3. So it's pushed back a little bit, but please, I know, be patient. I'm not forgetting anyone's orders. You will get your books, I promise you. Travis Grant, $5. Trump needs to go back and play golf. Father Josiah for president. Well, you understand the canons do forbid clerics from civil office. This is one of the main reasons why the papacy went sour in the 11th century when they became a geopolitical civil power. They violated the canons of Chalcedon and many other councils. Mud, $70, $69.11. I feel like this is some sort of code. Mud says, I live alone in the woods and I crave online attention through massive addiction to information and my phone. I've decided that we are all spiritual balls of energy. You could say that we are thus divine orbs. We are all part of the mother she-god, Sheba Allah. That dude went deep. I'm going to leave it to you esoteric masters to decode Mud's amazing $70 super chat. I think we got a couple more super chats. Charshi, $5. Check out the Vatican. No, I'm not going to watch that. They call you demon possessed because you lick your lips like a snake. Yeah, it's not having a dry mouth because of drinking espresso all day long nonstop, which is a diuretic. If you lick your lips, clearly it's a demonic possession. Clearly. But what kind of demon would that be? Just a cottonmouth demon? I'm just possessed by a cottonmouth demon. And Screw Tape is over there like, yes, make his mouth dry. Do you even know who Screw Tape is? Do people read books anymore? Vatican 3 for $10 says, oink, oink, pay piggy. Iconomat, $20. I don't understand how people don't see papal Protestantism is nothing but a cult. factory. Look at all the Templars, Jesuits. This should make it clear. It should make it clear. But I think what we're learning from both the Sam Hyde podcast and the comments are really the crazy part. Just how see, this guy stole my joke right here. That was my joke. I said I was the Jewish mogul in the background controlling Sam with MK Ultra trigger phrases, and this guy took my joke. And I think my comment disappeared, by the way. But all the comments are just hating on Sam, which is bizarre, which makes me wonder, like, maybe this is a lot of normies. I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it normies? What is going on? I don't get it. John Vondershoot, $5. Have you ever used Notebook? You talking about the movie with Ryan Gosling where he becomes a dementia patient and poops his pants and falls in love with Rachel McAdams, the mean girl? I don't know nothing about that, dude. Oh, Notebook LM. I do not know what that is. It's a great tool for formatting and referencing giant compendiums on pretty much any topic. I did not know at all what that is. But I will continue to use Ryan Gosling's Dementia Notebook. Hunter Barler, 2005. Would you ever go on war mode if given the chance? I would love to see. What is? I don't even know what that is. War mode. There's too many damn podcasts out there now. We need to figure out a way to just like cancel all of the other podcasts. I'm just joking, by the way. Is this, are you talking about this? What is this? It's just people talking. I don't know what it is, dog. Jewish Skeptic, $5. Books. You ninjas don't even read scrolls anymore. Scrolls or skulls? For me, it's quill and parchment. I will be scribing Esoteric Hollywood 4 on parchment. I don't know what to say to that. I was trying to think of a funny retort, but since he's Jewish skeptic, I'm afraid to say anything because the Mossad might take me out. Hunter Barler, $5. No, we already did that. Greg Goobs. Come on now, that's not a real name. Yo, dog, break down the Greek Revolution and the faking great things that went down. Well, I know there was a large role of Masonry in the Greek Revolution. And I think even Philip Sherrard commented on that in Greek East, Latin West, of all places. I count them at $5. Murga, make reggae great again. I'll have you heard my reggae songs because I think they're pretty great. Just wanna meet new people and do so many cool things. Where's it at? You know what you get when you start mentioning my songs that get played, right?
So my son was headed off to camp, and before he went, he shared a really cool thing. I said, hey, what are you hoping to get from this? And he said, Papa, I just want to meet new people and do cool things.
There's a lot of cool people in the world. By the way, is that not the most stoner snicker of all time? Who would have ever thought that? You would have thought Cheech and Chong. No, Matthew McConaughey is the one with the most stoner snickle of all time. In fact, it was so stoner of a snicker that I had to put it in the song at repeat intervals.
A lot of cool things in the world. Did you ever notice that? A lot of cool people. There's a cool guy named Bob Bill. There's also a pretty cool guy named Phil, but not everybody's cool. Some people isn't, but that's okay.
I just wanna meet new people. Papa. Meet new people. Papa. And I wanna do so many cool things.
Just want to meet new people and do a lot of cool things. Yeah.
Just wanna meet new people and do so many cool things. By the way, I sang that in front of an audience and they didn't expect it. And I thought that was a pretty fun troll moment, if I do say so myself. I did engage in. I engaged in a little bit of trolling as well. Anyway, where are we at? Ian Carroll, $10. Jay, God bless. I want to say I just got chrismated August 2nd. I afford you part of the credit for giving me and many others the nudge to find a home in Orthodoxy. Hey, man, that's great to hear. Many years to you. Steve Pierce says for 20 pounds, I want to say thank you for bringing me out of Roman Catholicism onwards towards Orthodoxy. Well, it's good to know that we're having some effects. Let's talk God, $5. Would an absolute divine simplicity lead to functional Nestorianism? God being creation would only be through some proxy or a stand-in. Yeah, I think so. I've been arguing for a long time that if you're really consistent with reducing God to pure act in a strict isomorphic identity sense, then you can't have one hypostasis enter into a mode of being in space and time in a way that the other two do not. So, yes, that's just another way of saying my critique. Thank you guys for the generous super chats today. We're having fun. We're going to open it up here in a second. But you know, when you mention my songs, you get the cringe score. You get the cringe score you deserve, is basically what I'm saying. And be sure and follow me on X, by the way, if you don't. There's my X right there. The religion debate guy. We do a lot of things around here. You can't typecast me. I'm untypecastable. That's the point. I mean, bro, we went from doing a little bit of tooting of the horn here. We went from doing the second biggest debate last year. Millions of people watched the Fresh and Fit Islam debate. And then we moved over here to writing for one of the biggest comedy events of the last year online, which was, I think, on Twitter, the Dear Elon, for example, that had like 20 million views. So, ish, somewhere in there. So come on now. We're putting out fire. Not putting out fires. We're putting out fires. And I feel like some of you haters are the firemen putting out the fires that we're creating fires. This is getting mixed up in my head. Tracks 3215 $5. I read Luther's Babylonian Captivity of the Church. I've read that as well. The criticism for the Catholics for communion in one kind. Grom says they do this outside. Is Grom like the ghetto version of Grok? So Elon has Grok, right? Huh. Sounds like you're really vibing with the information I'm putting out. And then there's Grom, who sounds like a ghetto version, but it sounds also like an alien. So it's like a ghetto alien. Yo, dude, let me double check that, dog. Running a bit of a search over here. It looks like that's probably true. That's what you get with Grom. He's cheap though. You could sign up with Grom with an EBT card. Wait a minute. The super chats are rolling in. What is the Orthodox position on this? Do you mean on Grom or Grok? Communion in one kind? I mean, the Orthodox Church gives communion and they're both kinds. That's actually a funny skit. I'm going to write that down. A ghetto version of AI. I'm not going to call it Grom, though. Ghetto Grok. Grunk. Grunk. Like Kronk. Ghetto Grok. you can sign up with your EBT card, and he just kind of gives you ghetto advice. That's actually pretty funny. Just wanna meet new people. All right, we're gonna open it up. I was gonna play this Whitney Webb clip here. You guys can go watch this. She has some interesting theories about what might be going on. By the way, have I mentioned Bitcoin today? Hello. All right, we're gonna open it up. We already got people in line, lined up. Gilbert Godfrey, what's up, dude? Mute. Just wanna meet new people. Gilbert, what are you doing, man? Unmute. You waited all this time to just sit there muted. Good job, dude.
Yes, sir.
Oops. No, I'm just kidding. Come back, Gilbert. You thought I was playing psyops, mind games. What's up, Gilbert? Try again.
Hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how you doing today?
What's up?
Hey, man. Just want to say, first of all, congrats on season 2. Extreme Peace. Everything's been great.
Well, I didn't have an involvement in season 2. I'm writing the Sam
did?
Hyde show, so no.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been watching that too, so good stuff, man. But I was just gonna comment on the Harland Williams.
Yes.
Sam Hyde.
What's your thought?
Out controversy.
What's your thought?
And no, I'm like you. I saw it once. I didn't see anything abnormal with it at all. I thought it was a pretty jovial exchange. I've kind of been a fan of Harland, like not deep fan, but I mean, he used to go on the old Conan late night shows, so I kind of know his comedy a little bit, kind of like very satirical, not wanting to give away the bit, as it were.
Right.
Sam Hyde, obviously, like I don't think there was any animosity at all. So I was really shocked when I went on Twitter and see all these posts about apparently Sam got really mad, or his fragile ego. The things I read, I'm just like, I didn't see that at all. So it's kind of why I was wanting to come in here and just kind of see what the consensus was.
Yeah, I thought it was like intentional awkwardness was the goal, and everybody's on the same page with the awkwardness because, it's all awkward comedy. I mean, it seems like the style of weird comedy that Harland Williams does, and I've watched a good bit of his stand-up over the years. I would have thought it kind of vibes well with, the MDE vibe. Vibing with the vibes, you know what I mean?
Same, I agree. And I like I said, I watched it once. I thought it was funny. I thought it was actually even more funny, too, when I realized that Harland cut out all the promos anytime they mentioned
it was funny. Yeah, I thought that was funny, too.
So, I mean, I get that they were kind of ribbing off each other and doing things. And obviously Sam, pushing over the desk. And what I think is really kind of key is that, like, people who just saw that clip of Sam pushing over a desk and don't know, like, him or his humor, doesn't realize that that's sort of like what he does on Fish Tank or any other. I mean, if you go back to any of his older videos, I mean, he's just destroying stuff.
Yeah, he destroys shit, like kicking and destroying the fan and throwing the fan out of his car while he's driving. Like, that's just classic Sam Hyde nonsense.
And I think that people who don't really know about that kind of just see him pushing over a desk. And I mean, it seems kind of...
What a petty, childish man with a fragile ego. Yeah.
Super yeah, so I didn't get any sense that it was... and then even at one point, too, Harland even said, oh, yeah, we have some gorilla twigs, because he bought the whole gorilla nest and everything.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it seems like there was something sort of set up, but I don't think Harland Williams is like that. Like... I don't think he's that kind of comedian where he's gonna like set up bits like that. I don't think that's how like Harland's style. I mean, I could be wrong, but I just think that they were sort of just gonna go off and do some unplanned thing. I think the tipping over the desk was totally unplanned, but Sam just wanted to do it. He just, that's just his thing. And I don't see anything about it being like vicious or there's some like deep like, oh, Sam's fallen off. So, Harland trolled him so hard and Sam couldn't handle it. It's like, I just couldn't believe what I was reading on some of these posts and even trying to like talk to some of these people, they're like, no. Oh, here's the other thing too. They're like, no, Sam Hyde, he's a groyper and he collaborates with known groyper Nick Fuentes. I'm like, wait, what? Really? You actually think that? So there's another part of that too. There's actually a lot of people who do not like groypers. I don't know this. I mean, I could be wrong, but I mean, from what I gathered, that's sort of the thing too, is that the people who do not like the groypers associate Nick Fuentes with Sam, I guess because they did that one skit long ago with the Calm Before the Storm, the QAnon video that they made together. You know, that was, I don't know if they collaborated beyond that. That's the only one I know of that but apparently because of that, Sam gets classified or grouped in with the groypers. So that was news to me. I honestly didn't know that or, had a perspective.
I saw a couple of comments to that effect, but it just seemed like most of the comments were just people thinking that everything they're seeing is as it appears and that nobody's, doing that Sam's not being Sam as he usually is. I don't know. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Gilbert. What else what do you guys what do you guys think here in the chat? We got a bunch of people wanting to chat about this. I got a bit of a headache today. Warren McCommon, what's up, man? We got a big fat super chat here, I guess. Always with these weird ass made up currencies, I never know. Like they trick you, man. They fake you out because you think when you see this like weird ass currency that's like 3,000 ARS. I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to have a party tonight, and then you do the conversion and it's like 50 cents. So it's all these damn fiat inflationary collapse countries that be sending you 3,000 of their units. And it's like that unit is going to buy me a popsicle. I think there was animosity. If you look at the YouTube comments, Harland likes the comments. Yeah, that is an interesting point, that he was liking a lot of the comments that were anti-Sam. And I wonder, too, we can never know with YouTube, but I thought my joke was pretty funny and my comment disappeared, so... I still love Sam. I love the work that you guys are doing with the Sam Hyde Show. It's very top tier stuff. It could be that the bit was not entirely planned. He just let himself go and it went in a funny way. Yeah, it could have been that they could have, said we're going to get wacky. It's going to be fun. And then maybe it just kind of went wild, who knows? Non-compliant Zoomer became a member. What's up, dude? You there? Warzone? War something? War pigs?
Hi, Warren. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Sorry, I was listening with my AirPods. I switched the microphone to my phone. Okay, so I just want to ask you something, since there's open debate, and since I've been in your spaces multiple times, and then I watched your stream with Apostate Prophet and David Wood. I just want to ask you about the whole, because it's also geopolitics, the whole war between Israel and evil Khamenei Islamic regime that has occupied Iran for 46 years. I just want to ask you about this thing, and do you think that Reza Pahlavi is a good person to come and bring the peace to the Middle East, as a person who the most Iranian people believe in?
I don't know. I mean, I know that he's kind of a pro-Western, sort of a CIA adjacent figure. I'm assuming he's the son of the Shah, right? So I know he went and prayed at the wall. So I mean, it seems like he would be amenable to CIA Israel interests, unless there are backdoor deals that we don't know about, which is also possible too. But yeah, we covered this quite a bit, and I don't know what to say about that. It's just a really complex thing. I don't really take either side, in the sense of like, I mean, I'm not pro Shia. I think Shia is crazy, but John Neruda, what's up, dude? You want to unmute Jan Neruda? You there? Jan Naruda. We can't hear you, dog. Brian Maloney, what's up, dude? I've been trying to figure out a way to do the live streams where it's kind of open to whatever. You know what I mean? Like, if I do the only religious live streams, then it ends up being 3-5 hours of only talking about what's the answer to PSA? And it's like, dude, come on now. So I'm thinking, what if we try out total open about whatever? You know what I mean? What's up, man? I'm mute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, sorry, I probably sound kind of like crap. I'm on a cheap headset.
It's okay.
Currently working, but
it's okay. You at that drive-through. Dude at that drive-through right now.
Up to other topics, so I was going to bring up something semi-religious, but you might not expect it.
Okay.
I found you through Andrew Wilson, and I used to be a Christian, but not you guys' brand of Christian. I kind of got away from that around age 11. Have you ever heard of William Branham?
The name sounds vaguely familiar. Who's that? Is he like? Oh wait, is that Pentecostal dude?
I think it might be Pentecostal, more evangelistic. Claimed to be the seventh angel that was in Revelation.
Yeah, in fact, we had, I think, a person called in maybe a couple months ago. Yes, who used to be in this guy's like Pentecostal end times sect.
I grew up under that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we had a guy that grew up under it too that called in.
Rock music is of the devil. You can hear the demons screaming in the guitar. Women cutting their hairs, they're cutting their connection with God, all that sort of stuff. I wasn't sure if you, because I in my job, I do a lot of listening on my headset because I'm out and about on my own. So like that's kind of what I've started doing is I think through Andrew Wilson, I've started to find people like Jim Bob, and I'll be honest, like I don't want to like give false hope like I'm there.
Hold on. You're out on your own. Are you more of a Patti LaBelle or more of a Michael McDonald?
I'll be honest, no clue who those names are. I'm not.
He's got no clue who I am. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't brand myself as a Christian, but I don't want to give some kind of false hope like I'm there yet, but I'll be honest, voices like you, Jim Bob, and Andrew Wilson,
right?
You guys have kind of started pulling me more towards Christianity. I don't know where I'm at right now, but I do like a lot of what you guys talk about. And I'll try not to hog up too much time, but I was just curious if you had known about that, research it. It's fascinating.
It is fascinating, yeah. In fact, we had a really good conversation. I think if you go back, you would probably like the streams that we did a couple months ago. They got a lot of views. We were dissecting and making fun of the charismatic ethos, and I'm pretty sure that's when somebody called in to talk about William Branham. So pleasure to meet you, Brian. Does nobody know who Michael McDonald is? By the way, I did an impression of Michael McDonald. I thought it was funny. Nobody watched it. Nobody liked it. Will Sasso does the same damn thing, and it gets a zillion views. Now, I don't have a problem saying Will Sasso's impression of Michael McDonald is probably better, but it's like, I don't know. I thought Michael McDonald going into the McDonald's drive-thru to order something for Michael McDonald from McDonald's, but he sings it. I don't know. I thought that was funny. I don't know, dude. Maybe my shit is just out there, dude. It's just out there. But nobody knows who Michael McDonald is? You never heard of the Dewey Brothers? What? Nobody know. Who the hell Patti LaBelle is? Who the hell Patti LaBelle? Patti LaHell, that hell no. Patti LaHell no. Over here with Michael McDonald, singing to each other from coast to coast. He came from somewhere back in her long ago. That would be a perfect skit. Michael McDonald at the McDonald's drive-thru. That's funny, dude. That's funny. I don't care who denies it. It's freaking funny. And I do sound like I can do a good Michael McDonald. I gotta add, he's not even in my impression roster. Shit, what am I doing? I gotta add Michael McDonald right now to my impression roster. You think I'm joking? Look at this. He ain't even on here. 48, right next to Voice of Reason. 48. Michael McDonald. Michael MacD. Right next to Voice of Reason. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing right now? You want to see my impression, Ross? You think I'm playing? Look at that right there. He just got put right next to Voice of Reason.
The question is, how do I sound like TikTok from Return to Oz? Also, Dorothy, you have a very plump booty.
Who's next? Let's see. John Narita gonna try again. No, Michael McDonald is not Gen X. Are you insane? Michael McDonald is peak boomer, dude. Peak boomer. What's up, man?
Yeah, my bad. Indian app is not working on my phone.
Oh, brother, we'll call a technical support because you will talk to one of your own people.
Had to go on my laptop. I guess I was just kind of curious because I am from Czechoslovakia, so I'm under like the smallest diocese possible. So I'm not trying to stir up conflict or anything. I'm Orthodox, but very new Orthodox. But I wanted to ask a question about. I saw some video of some Greek priest from America. He made like a video about Orthobros or something. And
you're talking about the Go Arch Ecumenist guy. Yeah, he's a big ecumenist, so of course he's got to say.
Yeah.
That,
I kind of thought it was like aimed at you, you know. And
of course it was. Yeah, those last several videos are just about me. Sure.
Yeah, and I just wanted to ask a question. What do you make of because there was this small drama at my diocese with one priest. Oh well, I'm not gonna go into it, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on these like small conflicts. Because I feel like it's very political often, you know. It
is. So the Go Arch wants to go back to Rome, and so they have to demonize anybody that's not going to support the ecumenist pro-union aspects of Orthodoxy in the West and in America. So that's why.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, and it's like it's super boomer too. It's like they're bad because they debate, and just super gay stuff, dude. Anyway, what a fool believes. You ever think you look at the Doobie Brothers and then you wonder, you think that dude's ever smoked a doobie? That dude is a doobie. And by the way, did you know, this is a funny thing, this guy that you see here wearing the blue blockers, the incarnation of a doobie, that dude's actually got a degree in nuclear science, and he's like a super Republican neocon. Kid you not, look it up. I forget his name, but like the Doobie Brother guitarist dude that looks like a doobie incarnate is like a super neocon GOP nuclear guy. It's bizarre. The whole world's really just bizarre. Who knows what's going on? Who's next? The White is. By the way, welcome everybody. We got a bunch of new members. Shout out to the people. No, I'm serious. Look it up. Look up. I forget the guy's name, but he's like a nuclear science guy or something crazy. Or he's like, he works now at nuclear companies for the military industrial complex. It's very bizarre. What's up, dog? What it is?
Hey, I just wanted to politely disagree with you on how Sam Hyde looked on the Harland Williams show.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I feel like it's one thing when you're destroying your own stuff. With Matan's podcast, it was like, a shitty little table and a tent or whatever. So, I mean, that destruction doesn't matter as much. Dude, Harland was just talking about how they redid the place and everything. And he throws over the new shit. I mean, I'm sorry. I think it's pretty cut and dry why, this wasn't. I don't think it was a mutual thing. I mean, I don't think they hate each other after it, but clearly there is some bad blood. If there's, we've seen Harland's likes on the comments.
Mm-hmm.
He took out all of the references to extreme peace.
Mhm.
And I mean, can you really, I'm sorry. I just, I don't think that the reason that people are kind of criticizing him is because, they're just not, intellectual enough to see the, this high comedy.
Well, but hold on. So again, if you've watched Sam over the years, he does this. He does this kind of stuff, right?
Well, right, but within reason. You can't just go breaking other people's shit and then be ooh.
First of all, all he did was tip the table over. It's not like he destroyed things. Maybe something was.
But he destroyed the stuff, dude. He had a bunch of expensive stuff on there. You really don't think those mic arms sustained a little damage? The wiring, everything.
I don't
had
know,
some weight to it.
I don't know.
I think respectfully, dude. I think you're a little biased just because you do write for a show. And I think a lot of these guys, to be totally honest, and you can't remove your tongue from his scrotum.
Me?
I think a lot of these guys. Sorry, a lot of them would see him as their dad or whatever.
Oh, so I'm older than Sam, but he's my dad.
No, with you're a little different because you're an associate of his. A lot of these people, they're never going to work with him. But they have some weird parasocial connection to him. And I think honestly, a lot of the people, Extreme Peace 1 wouldn't have fucking flopped if people around him were more, felt like they could criticize him more, to be honest.
You think it flopped? I don't think Extreme Peace flopped.
I don't think it was very good, to be honest. I think a lot of people.
Well, hold on. Do you think that it flopped ratings-wise?
They don't have ratings. It's not airing anywhere, right?
No,
what
Extreme
rating
Peace.
system would it be going on?
You said 1, which was on Adult Swim, which was a huge hit.
Okay, fine. Extreme Peace episode 1. There you go.
Are you talking about part 2?
I liked World Peace. I think most people liked World Peace. It was good. Extreme Peace episode 1.
Are you talking about the new season? You're saying?
Yes.
And how do you know it flopped? Is what I'm saying.
Because it wasn't very good. I don't know what to tell you. The old lady sketch was funny, but I'm sorry. The other ones, they just dragged. They weren't very funny, and they didn't hit. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. All right. Well, you win the comments for today. So I got some testicles to go lick. So I appreciate you calling in. We got our first wine mom of the day. Joe, what's up? What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, Jay? How we doing?
What's on your mind?
Oh, dude, couple things. One, I want to throw you a compliment your way. I've been a long-time info warrior for, longer than I care to admit.
Right. Well, I didn't. So
you've been doing some good things.
I had Alex's testicles, which I licked for many years, and then that kind of dried up, and so now it's whose testicles can I now lick? I gotta have balls. So I got I said, hey, Sam, let me ball lick, please, because the wine moms are after me. The wine moms are on my ass. Go ahead.
She sounds like she's got great energy. I'm sure she's a blast to party with, but man, she's a lot to handle. Hey,
the wine moms love me. What can I say?
So my question for you is regarding David Knight. I've been listening to him for years and years as well. He recently had some kind of medical thing happen, a few months ago. And I used to listen to his show every morning, see what's going on. I haven't heard from him. No one, I think, has seen him.
Oh, really?
He's got his boy on the show. And I was just curious if you had any insight as to is David Knight still alive? And
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I've never talked to David Knight. I don't have anything against him. I've never interacted with him.
Yep.
I know that he basically started doing most of his stuff on Rockfin, and it looks like he hasn't posted anything in 3 months on Rockfin.
Dude, nothing. So it was a Monday morning. His wife went on X and was like, hey, David has had a procedure tomorrow. He's going to be off the show. And then that day came. And it went, and then he had his kid on, and I'm not joking. Complete radio silence from D Knight from that day forward. And I was just curious if you knew what was going on, because he's got some really interesting stuff. I guess his only fault is he's very religious, so he's very dug into, this is my worldview, Christianity, this.
Well, but my main critique was when I listened to David Knight just doing the kind of like the standard Protestant libertarian thing. It wasn't my cup of tea. It looks like he has posted on Twitter, so I don't think he's dead and gone if he's posting on Twitter.
Well, there are posts being posted on his Twitter, yes.
Oh, you mean maybe
that
it's not
is
him.
fact.
Okay.
100%. Reason being, he goes live. He used to go live every day at the same time, and I get I go to work, listen to him, see what's up. Since that day, since that infamous week where he had these medical emergencies, I'm pretty sure it's his boy, like his actual son.
Oh, and there's no new shows. And yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if he wasn't.
Right, so I haven't seen D Knight, heard from him, heard his voice, since that. So I didn't know if you knew what was going on, because, the old school, and I guess now it's old school, the old school InfoWars team, guys who would host the 4th hour on Fridays, David Knight, hell, that's the first time I ever saw Matt Bracken, was him hosting the 4th hour in InfoWars. So, and now, it seems like Owen's kind of taken that, and he's kind of at the right hand of Alex. But that 4th hour team, for me, was kind of like my initial way of stepping out of the thought matrix propaganda machine. Was like, hey, let me listen to the 4th hour InfoWars. I'm going to get stuff I've never heard in my entire life from those boys. And so, when something happens and I see a guy like David, who's, let's face it, he ain't getting any younger. I mean, he's pretty much a white beard these days. And that was the last time I saw him. So I just know that as time marches on, guys are going to start falling off. And I was just kind of sad to see David not have any content at all for almost a full quarter.
That's a good point, man. I didn't even know. I hope he's okay. I don't have anything. I've never interacted with David Knight, never really talked to him, don't know much about him other than that it just seemed like it was a lot of kind of libertarian evangelical stuff. But I don't have any ill will. I hope he's doing okay. Pavel, what's up, man? By the way, I forgot about this clip that I thought this was actually pretty funny.
So great.
That me and Jake Rattlesnake. Go ahead, what's up, dude? What's up, man?
Hello?
Yo.
Oh, hi. Hi, my name is Pavel. I'm from Poland. Can I have more questions than just one? Like two?
Well, it depends on what they are and whether I vibe with your spirit or not.
Okay. One is a really quick one. Do you think we will have altcoin season in this Bitcoin cycle?
Have what? What?
I mean, do we have like real altcoin growth in this Bitcoin cycle?
Outgoing growth. What does that mean?
Altcoins.
Altcoin growth. Other coins. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your Indian accent in Polish is messing me up.
Okay. So, do you understand the question, or I have to repeat myself somehow?
So if people do choose to play the alts, the standard phases is that Bitcoin dominance begins to die down, and Ethereum has a new all-time high. That's usually people's measurement for the altcoin season, if that's what you are planning to do. If you're going to do the altcoin casino. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to stick to stacking Bitcoin. But what you do is up to you. What are you aware of that? Okay. Usually people wait. I mean, again, I don't. Altcoins is just casino, dude. But if people are going to go to the casino, then the signs are Ethereum hits a new all-time high, and then that kicks off alt season.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Can I ask the second one?
Yeah.
This one is a theological one, because in Orthodoxy there is no celibate in lower clergy, right?
Any what?
Celibacy.
Celibate. There are monastics and most bishops.
Yeah. I get that in monastics, but what is the explanation? Why do bishops have to be celibate?
because in the course of church history, they found it easier to pull people to do that job from the monasteries, because it was harder for a person with families in the ancient and medieval world to do the kind of traveling and sort of bureaucratic type stuff that bishops have to do. So it just kind of became a tradition. Tallahassee Patriot, what's up, dog? Unmute, man. What's up? Can't hear you, man. I don't know what's going on. Try to come back, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't really. The altcoins to me are really annoying now. I don't care what, if you want to do what you got to do what you got to do, but I mean, I really do think it's just like the casino. It's like, it's no different than going to roulette wheel. And if you were stacking Ethereum all year, it did you nothing. Unless you started stacking here at 1400 expecting the bull market. But if you were stacking all year, it was like you wish that you had stacked it at Bitcoin for a year, because Bitcoin is up 83% in a year and Ethereum is down 2% in a year, unless you started stacking in April. So, but if Ethereum keeps going up, and if you are playing the casino and it hits a new all-time high, then that probably will signal an altcoin season. But it's kind of odd because this cycle is different. How different remains to be seen. Some people think, no, we won't even have an alt season. Who knows? I don't know. But I'm glad that I didn't play any altcoin stuff for the last bit. I will give a shout out to our friends over at Tin Hat Cat, which is our friend in the meme sphere. They have been big supporters. We do love the Tin Hat Cat guys. But I always point out that if you do want to play the altcoins and memes, whatever, it's just like going to the roulette wheel. It's just a casino. Buddy P, excuse me, for 100 R's says the ETH boys are cooked. Yeah, ETH boys. Remember the narrative. We always get the narrative too. If we do have an altcoin season, you're going to get the narrative that the flippening Ethereum will flip Bitcoin. That's not going to happen. Ethereum is not going to flip Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin, I think, has pretty much shown that it's the winner. I don't know what's going to happen with ETH and Solana and all these token things. I mean, they may blow up, they may die. I think eventually, over time, everything goes to zero next to Bitcoin. But no face kill at $5. The Go Ark priest said in a video that the Orthodox Church is the Ark of Salvation. He's not a ecumenist. Well, just saying that phrase doesn't actually mean that you're not a ecumenist. And also, people need to be a little more sophisticated, that just because people say stuff, that doesn't mean that their actions match up with what they say. This is a classic bureaucratic technique. And so, I mean, the story is that they commune. I don't know. I don't follow these boomers, but they commune Copts and Orientals. That's ecumenism. Doesn't matter what you say. John Isaac became a member for a month. What's up? Tengu, $10. I saw Jeff Goldblum and Mark Zuckerberg on your impression list. Can we get a demo? For $10?
Guys, I want you to understand that this next year is going to be great for Meta. Meta is going to be inside your mind. And it's also going to be inside your bloodstream, because when we put you in a coon pod, okay?
That's my Zuckerberg, right?
We're going to have vitamins that go directly into your bloodstream.
I just did Jeff Goldblum a couple nights ago because we were talking about Jurassic Park. So for $10, you get one free Zuck, but you have to go watch my Jurassic Park stream for the other Goldblum impression. Non-compliant Zoomer has gone insane, gifting 30 memberships. Thank you so much, dog. And I'm still salty, too, over the fact that I bought the wrong peanut on a whim and missed out on $4 million. So I'm a little salty over that. Which, I guess that's what I deserve for trying to be an altcoin casino man. Was this close, dude. It's okay, though. It's not a big deal. We're good. We're Bitcoin solid over here. Let's see who's next. Steven. What's up, Steven?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I got a question for you. So you're as an Orthodox Christian, you're a monarchist, right?
Yeah, I think it's the best form of government, yeah.
In Judges, when Samuel hears from Israel that they want a king, and then he gets a little tilted, he crashes out a little bit.
Yeah, Samuel is not in the book of Judges. You've got it backwards, so don't even know what you're talking about. Samuel in the book of Judges. The book of Judges says there was no king in Israel in those days, and everyone did what was right in their own eyes. So you don't even make the cut for your question. Men of the West, what's up, dude? Samuel and Judges. Wow. What's up, man?
Wait. Yeah, so I was just listening to that.
Bro, you calling me from your pillow? Get out from under your pillow. I can't hear you.
Hey, can you?
Hello?
Hey, I was just listening. Hello? Yeah, so I was just listening to that talk that you did with that guy, India Bruner, or whatever his name was.
Oh, that evangelical dude?
Yeah, and let's see, y'all got right up, when you were talking about icons, you got right up to comparing icons with, the body of Christ, basically.
With what?
With what? With the body of Christ, basically, like the incarnated Christ.
The same principle. Dude, what?
Yeah, so
what is going on here? Are you?
I wanted you to keep talking about that because y'all veered off.
Bro, I can't like everything's echoey. I can't talk to my own altar in my mind. Good God, Dawa, what's up? I'm gonna have to get a ginger chew. It's happening. I'm gonna flip this table over. Maybe Sam Hyde was doing like a down low Jesus reference by flipping the money changers table. Did anybody think about that? What's up, dude? I thought we were in. See, this is what I'm saying about the tech dystopia. AI is gonna take over tech dystopia. Dude, nobody's fucking phone works. Dude, phones are like freaking. It's like dude, I had a walkie-talkie as a kid, and they work better than the freaking tech that's going to be taken over. What's up, man? Okay. William, what's up? Hey, Jamie. I just got to have a stack of ginger chews up here because then it's the only thing that will calm me down is the sugar for my beatus or whatever. Hey, Jamie, could you get me a couple ginger chews so I don't get angry at these idiots? Thank you. I'm going to lose my patience and then the internet's going to expose me. What's up, man? I'm you.
Oh, hi, Jay. I was just calling real quick because I called in a week or so ago to debate you on worshiping the same God, the Catholics, Muslims, Mormons, Jews, and I clipped it for my YouTube channel so that everybody could praise me for winning, and a bunch of people were saying that it was a self-own, and I just needed to call back and clarify that I won the debate.
Yes, I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. We're all very proud of you.
All right, thanks.
Good job.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Why are you laughing?
Because it's funny.
Is it though?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, good job, dude. You can always tell a soy man by the snicker. Because soy men live on Snickers. The snicker of the soy man. I clipped you for my 53 subscriber channel, and I just want to confirm that I won the debate. Dawa, what's up?
How you doing, Jay?
But by the way, that guy was not joking. That's like actually a guy who thinks that if he calls in and clips me saying, yes, you won the debate, then he can put that on his 53 subscriber channel, and then the people in the comments making fun of him will suddenly change their mind. Yeah, what's up, Dawa?
Yeah, that's interesting, that call, too. I mean, with all fairness, now, you have kicked me off the debate one time for talking about the Bible, but we'll leave that to
yeah, right. But it's probably because your arguments were so superior that I couldn't handle it, right?
No. I mean, I don't know why you kicked me off, to be honest.
Oh, it's because I don't want to hear about the Bible, right? Because as an Orthodox person, we worship idols, and so when the Bible comes
I never
up,
said that.
I'm making a joke, dummy. Can you give me some more coffee, please?
Yeah. So the topic, I mean, I guess it's related in a way, but with regards to the Father, the Son, and the Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you believe. Do you believe that the Father is superior to the Son and the Spirit?
Superior? What do you mean by superior? Things can be superior
More
in different
authoritative.
things. People can be superior in different ways.
Authority-wise.
Yeah, Jesus
Who has
speaks.
more authority, the Father, the
Jesus,
Son, or the Spirit?
Jesus speaks that way many times in the Gospels.
With regards to the authority of the Father?
Correct.
So, logically speaking, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are all knowing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All three would be all knowing?
Mm-hmm.
So if all three are all knowing, what possible discussion can happen between the three?
Does Jesus interact with and speak to his Father in the Gospels?
Right, but so what
is that an interaction or discussion or not?
Correct.
Okay, so you said what possible discussion could happen?
Right, so three authorities that are all knowing, that know everything.
Mm-hmm.
What possible discussion, intellectually and logically, can happen?
Yeah. So what's the difference between the thing and the mode of a thing?
The thing and the mode of a thing?
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter because they're all knowing. So there's nothing that the Father can speak to the Son about that he would not know based on what you believe.
The difference is that the knowledge is derivative that the Son has. That's the difference. So it's true that all three are all knowing, but they're all knowing in a different way because the Son derives that power and that omniscience from the Father, because everything that he has, as he says in the Gospel of John, he has from the Father, including the attribute of omniscience.
But speaking now with regards to like authority, if the Father is or if the Son is speaking to the Father,
does Jesus say that the Father has given him authority?
Well, no, but Jesus does say that the Father is greater.
Does Jesus say the Father has given him authority?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. There's your answer.
But how can I give authority to myself?
Jesus is not himself. Jesus is speaking to the Father. The Father is giving it to the Son. Are you a modalist?
No, but that would be two separate gods.
They're not separate. They're two hypostases with one nature. So you're calling them separate, but that's not our position.
But that would be saying like a square triangle.
No, it's not. It's not at all. You're saying that.
So let me give you an example.
You don't even understand the position, dude. You're just wasting our time.
No, but you're not. See, that's what you're not able to respond to the argument.
But you're not even responding to what our position is. It's a caricature of the position because you didn't know what mode was.
Let me break it down so maybe you'd understand it in this way. So if I'm the Father, which is God, correct?
Do you know what the
And
word God is not a single referent? It picks out different things. So your assumption for your Dawa apologetic is that the word God only has a single referent.
No. But there's only.
You're
one
saying
single
no. Are you going to respond to the argument of monarchical Trinitarianism or your caricature?
Yeah, but see, you're deflecting away from the actual topic that
You're not
discussing.
arguing against monarchical
You're saying
Trinitarianism.
You're saying the Father has more authority than the Son and the Spirit. Okay.
I didn't say that. I said that it's conditioned
You said
by.
that the Father gives, permission by the Father to the Son. But
Yeah, this is called the Eunomian premise.
They are the same.
Dr. Branson already refuted this in his debate with Jake about the Eunomian premise.
But why don't you do it? Why don't you make?
I have. I've made this argument countless times. You guys are too stupid to know it or understand it.
But you're. I mean, obviously, if there's many people, having the same discussion.
What is the refutation of monarchical Trinitarianism?
Okay, let me ask you a different question.
So you're not going to answer my questions.
Is the Father?
You're not going to answer my questions, then you're booted.
What's the question?
What is the refutation of monarchical Trinitarianism, not your straw man caricature?
How is that a straw man when I'm basing the argument off of
It's
Scripture?
not. So you're arguing that the word God has a single referent, right?
No, I'm not. Well, technically,
In the Islamic
there's
view,
only one creator.
does the word God refer also to Allah's attributes in the Islamic view?
But God is just the English translation of the word. What's the root
Are you
word?
going to address this argument? Are Allah's attributes also, quote, God?
No.
They're not.
God, Allah is one.
Okay, so Allah's mercy,
Allah in
is
Arabic,
Allah's mercy fully divine?
Say that part again.
Is Allah's mercy also fully divine or not?
Of course. Any
Then you
attribute of God is
you
divine.
just contradicted yourself because you said that it's not God.
That's not God. God having attributes is not saying that the attributes.
So you just exactly you contradicted yourself. This is like talking to a 50 IQ person. He just said it's not God. Yeah, it's fully God. Literally contradicted himself. They're literally like talking to children. What's up?
Yo, is there a gorilla in this room or what?
What's on your mind?
Oh, not a whole lot. Yeah, I saw the Harland podcast. I saw a bunch of those clips, and yeah, I have no clue what those comments were talking about.
Well, it's odd because Harlan said, "Are you going to make a gorilla nest for us?" So
Yeah, I
I
mean,
thought he was like
you would-
inviting him to act crazy, right? Like spaz
Yeah,
out.
and Charles in the back had me rolling.
Charles is really funny in that episode. He's the secret, just voice coming out of the ether. That was great.
Yeah.
What else on your mind?
Oh no, that was it.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't really understand. I think it just this podcast is like the ultimate example of like the divide between the boomers and the Gen X, and then everybody under Gen X, right? Because you will never find boomers that like Sam Hyde. There's just something, and maybe even with Tim Heidecker too, right? Because there was if you go listen to the old Mark Maron podcast with Tim and Eric on the Mark Maron podcast, and Mark Maron is very boomer Gen X, and he's like, I've watched you guys' show. I don't get it. I don't understand at all what's funny about any of it. He's like, I don't dislike you guys. I respect you guys. I think there's just something about the way that certain sketch comedies over the years have been so kind of abstract. They've been very meta that it just is lost on a lot of normies. So that's a big part of this. And there's always going to be gaps between generations. So like certain generations are not going to understand what the next generation finds funny, their unique slang, their lingo, their inside jokes. I don't know. Yeah, I can go. We're at the cusp of millennial and Gen X, so I kind of have a unique position here. Induced by coffee. What are you so mad about, dude? Yeah, I get it. You're thumbing down. What's up? Unmute. You're mad. Induced by coffee. Unmute. Induced by coffee. You're thumbing down. You're mad. Unmute. What do you want to talk about? Okay. Whatever, dog. What's up, Father Deacon? I don't know. Like, some people get really agitated and then they come up here and then they won't talk. I don't know. Gabriel, what's up? Brady Harvey, $5. That guy's Dawalosophy defeated Dyer. Yes, I'm done. It's time to retire because even though we've addressed the eunomian premise argument of Jake 50 times, we've never addressed it.
Hello?
What's up?
Hey, what was I about to say? I just want to say I'm a big fan, and I got a friend who's really insightful when it comes to different theologies, and he's a papist and stuff. And one thing that he always brings up is the Council of Florence. And when I look into it, it is kind of a head scratcher because literally everybody except one saint, St. Mark of Ephesus, like agreed to submitting to Rome, which included the Pope being the leader, the filioque, unleavened bread, all that. And
yeah, but I mean, do you think that hold on, the Orthodox Church is decentralized, and if one of the patriarchates doesn't agree, then it doesn't matter. And plus, the rest of the church threw tomatoes at those guys when they came back. So,
and furthermore, it wasn't represented by every patriarch.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's several necessary conditions for a council to be binding and infallible. One of those, it has to be true. It has to be in concordance and conformity with the previous councils and the theology, the consensus of the fathers. All the patriarchs have to be represented, and it has to be received. Those are just some of them. And so we're not mechanistic rule worshippers where it's like, well, we put together a thing, we did these rules, so that's not how it works. But like for the papists, they think, well, it's a synod. So I mean, think about, we would have, if that were true, the council, like Robert Councils and Council of Hura and stuff like that, would be like binding and true. It's a stupid argument. And furthermore, I bring this up all the time. I work at a Roman Catholic college with Roman Catholic scholars and philosophers. None of them give these stupid arguments. What you find is these people are children on Twitter. They're probably 16 years old, and they don't even know anything about their own theology, let alone Orthodox ecclesiology and how it works. So let's don't pay attention to these people.
Go watch. We have a talk we did like 5 years ago. David Erhan and I, we did a 3-hour podcast on the Council of Florence and Oriental so-called Orthodox. So everybody should go watch that. Stark IQ, what's up, man? Irrationally Irritable became a 6-month member, and he's got me. He says, I've got you. Can you confirm that, in fact, I owned you and totally you lost to me in a debate? Thank you. Yes, I confirm it. Irrationally Irritable totally owned me, and it's the first time I've ever lost a debate in my life, and it was to a random guy with no followers. By the way, people don't even realize, like, people are like, why are you so mean? A lot of the people that call in nowadays, it's not a good faith exchange. They're only calling in to clip to get followers by saying that they owned Jay Dyer. And it doesn't even get them that many followers. Like they're ankle biting to get clicks, and they might get 10, 20 followers out of it. But you understand, that's why a lot of times I'm not wasting a lot of time with goofballs that call in, because I'm not doing them the favor of promoting their channel. And that's what a lot of these people want now. They're not, you guys got to be a little more sophisticated. Like the guy who says that, I saw that Greek Orthodox Archdiocese priest say something good, therefore he's not an ecumenist. Don't you understand bureaucratic doublespeak? What's up, man? I'm you. Stark IQ, I'm you.
Yes. Am I audible?
You are audible.
Yes, thank you for letting me on. So I have a background in philosophy, have published some articles, in some good journals. I wanted to ask you a question about the transcendental categories argument. Is that okay?
Uh-huh.
So, if I understand the argument correctly, it's sort of, there are these facts about reality, and the idea is that the only worldview which can give a robust or coherent account of them is the Orthodox Christian worldview. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the way I steer the argument, yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I'm favorable also to the idea that one has to compare worldviews. So I think these people who sort of call on and they go like, oh, prove to me that you're better than all other worldviews in one argument, they're kind of being silly. So I'm favorable to that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But my question is sort of a bit more fundamental, I guess. Why is one supposed to be committed to explaining these facts? So take, for example, knowledge. So let's take the true classical analysis of knowledge, true justified belief, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say it's the case that we do a worldview comparison. And you sort of manage to give me reasons to believe that I can't have justification in a robust sense. Why wouldn't my move at that point be to just lower the threshold of what I consider to be justification? Like, why isn't the move then to just be to lower the conditions for these supposed facts rather than to accept a worldview which are in alignment with the strong facts?
Well, I think it would just really weaken the argument as a whole. And so, in other words, in a debate setting, if you lower the threshold of what counts as justification for your position or your worldview, then I can do the same thing, and then we're at just an impasse. We're basically just surrendering what it means to debate.
No, so I don't think, perhaps I wasn't speaking fully accurately there. What I'm trying to ask is that we have this fact. It can be sort of appearances of knowledge or morality or the self or identity or causality or something across time. Now, in philosophical views, you can have strong and weak versions of these views, right? It seems that the transcendental arguments category trades on having to explain the strong existence of these views. But what is the reason to believe that we are in the business of needing to explain the strong existence of these things rather than the weak existence of these things?
Again, because the comparison and the setting is in the context of a debate. So in a debate, the argumentation and the laws of logic are not typically seen as things that are in some way weakly justified. They're assumed to be some kind of objective measures and means by which you could adjudicate the true and the false. So if we just start weakening the positions to where none of that is required, again, I would just repeat my same point. Like, well, then don't I do the same thing? Father Deacon, what do you think of this?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of first order knowledge. Like, I think we're all fine having the weak version rather than a strong kind of Cartesian, our justifications and reasons have to be indubitable and stuff like that. At the first order, none of us, I personally don't think, because then nothing would count as knowledge. But it's a separate question about overcoming global skepticism and providing the justification for knowledge and morality itself. That's a different category. So you could be open to if we can establish that knowledge exists and how, I'm fine at a first order, like having a weak version. Right, but arguing for at a second order and
that's a great point. Yeah,
and general is a different sort of thing, and requires, so we can't just, in that sense. Well, I'll just weaken it so that anything can work. I mean, how helpful is that going to be? Because then could any paradigm work for? Because we really want to know, is orthodoxy true? People always miss that. is that they get caught up in the kind of the weeds and the details. But it's like, well, don't you want to know if orthodoxy is true? If that's what actually grounds knowledge or not? And so if we just weaken at that level of justification of overcoming global skepticism and providing justification as second order, then anything just works. It becomes kind of arbitrary. It's like, well, I guess any paradigm could work. And that's certainly, as Jay is saying, in terms of debate of worldviews, it's not going to get us anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if you can lower the threshold, then the opponent can do the same thing, and we're basically just not getting anywhere. There's not really any point in doing the debate. I mean, like Father Deacon said, like at that point, well, then I guess any conceivable worldview could then grant or meet some standard of justification. Bebop, what's up? Unmute.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's on your mind?
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
So I've been questioning lately the validity of Genesis and how it relates kind of to like what secular science has been like painting out as like, you know, the layers of earth, thousands of years of sediment, etc. And I was just wondering if you took Genesis literally or, you know, in part figuratively or what?
No, I favor a young creation and early date, all that. Like, I think so-called secular science is even more ridiculous than whatever you think is ridiculous about Genesis.
I think morally, secular scientism is kind of retarded. It kind of points out to like an ideal situation where everyone like just kills themselves because there's not really any morals to be had, especially whenever if nothing is actually meaningful and in existence, where it's just kind of like...
Yeah, but I mean, beyond the ethics, which I agree with you, but like, I mean, if you wanted to go the route of secular science, like it can't tell you anything about all the principles that it uses to come to its, quote, scientific conclusion. So all the things that science uses, which are out of the domain of science, like induction, laws of logic, you know, all those things, none of those things are actually the purview of science, or the regularity of nature over time. I mean, all science relies on those things, and yet none of those things can be proven by science.
Let me add to, you know, Aristotle had this principle that when explaining something that might be obscure or not clear, you go to what's more clear, not more obscure. So it always kind of baffles me when we have these kinds of questions that people go, well, let's go to science. It's like, well, that's the most obscure, epistemically shaky kind of disciplines that you could actually go. Why would you go there to try to...
Well, I think the majority, like the consensus for, you know, schools.
For what? The majority consensus of what? You cut out, dude. We can't hear you. Maybe if you call back, I'll bring you back.
And also,
I can't hear. Logos, what's up?
Epistemically shaky too. Whatever the current theory is going to change. So you're grounding and making arguments from
yeah, I would have liked to
thrown out. Like it's like the same people that like go to higher textual criticisms. Well, the consensus among, you know, secular philosophy of religion people is that it's like wait a couple years and it's going to be something else.
Yeah, I wanted to hear where he was going, but he cut out. What's up, man?
Hey, so I wanted to ask about sites.
What? You're cutting out.
This, hello? Can you hear me?
Ask about what? Or just repeat it.
About the monophysites.
Uh-huh.
So I'm seeing this kind of tendency towards ecumenism with the monophysites.
Right.
Even though, like, their Christological position is completely illogical.
Absolutely, yeah.
But also, like, I was speaking to my priest at some point, and I remember you were talking about different early liturgies with the Protestant, and I think you mentioned Liturgy of St. Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if this is true, but my priest said about the Liturgy of St. Mark that it's not actually something that can be traced back to St. Mark, that apparently the monophysites, I think, attributed it to St. Mark from their own sort of monophysite tradition or something, that it was compiled that way.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. I've always heard that it is an ancient liturgy. but I like what you could have a situation where there is an ancient liturgy. Maybe they tweaked it in later centuries. I mean, but we do have, for example, the tradition that Mark did found the church in Alexandria, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So the kind of narrative I got from my priest was like, so you have the Liturgy of St. James, which eventually became the basis for the Divine Liturgy of St. John Chrysostom and St. Basil. But that apparently what the Liturgy of St. Mark was a bunch of combinations of different liturgical traditions, and they just slapped St. Mark's name on it, apparently.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not a liturgical scholar, but I don't think that if they did say repent of their errors, I mean, I don't think they would have to adopt some different liturgy. This just seems like a minutia.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know.
You know,
so like even the Orthodox wiki dates it to the 4th century.
Mm. Okay.
So what you could have had is something that that St. Mark gave some kind of nascent kind of version of a liturgy, of which, and because we know that, again, liturgies have developed and things were added, and you get the culmination of the, you know, and I should say the completion of it by the 4th century. It's fine to call it the Liturgy of St. Mark. It doesn't mean like in its completed form, that's what St.
Yeah,
Mark
I mean, the version that we have, I'm sure, of St. John Chrysostom is not identical to what he did. I don't know, but I'm just assuming.
And also regarding the monophysites, like...
By the way, it looks as if the Orthodox Patriarch has done the Liturgy of St. Mark. Which I mean, if this was some heterodox liturgy, I don't think they would do it. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they're just doing it for, you know, ecumenist reasons or something. I don't know, but... Hello? Are you there? We seem to be losing everybody today. I mean, it looks like they have done, the Orthodox Church has done the Liturgy of St. Mark. Maybe you argue that they should. I don't know. I didn't even think this was some sort of controversial issue. But whatever, I'm not a liturgical scholar. John Smith, what's up? John Smith, you want to unmute? Michigan became a member for 2 months. Keep up the great work, Jay. I'm proud of your success. Been supporting you in any way I can since 2020. Yes, thank you, Michigan. I recall all of your beloved, faithful super chats over the years. I don't understand why you got... Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello. So I've got 2 questions.
Okay.
My first is, so I came up with this Protestant argument. I don't know if I read in a YouTube comment or if I dreamed it, but I was wondering what you thought about it. So it's against apostolic succession. Would be the point is that St. Paul seems to be, if not equal to St. Peter, he's a leader of the apostles, right? And
Paul or Peter?
St. Paul is even in our liturgy, right? St. Peter and St. Paul are the leaders.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, like, Acts is kind of divided up between St. Peter and then St. Paul.
Yeah, well, Peter's the apostle to the Jews and Paul to the Gentiles.
Yeah. So the argument is that is it Acts 1 or Acts 2 where they choose Matthias?
Acts 1.
Yeah. it seems like the apostolic succession doesn't really take because we don't hear from Matthias at all. I mean, I think there's some extra biblical tradition about like what happens to him, but
and that's
he's
an
not.
argument from silence. How does that prove that apostolic succession doesn't follow because we don't, quote, hear from him again?
Well, it's because St. Paul doesn't really have the apostolic succession. It's like he was directly called by God. So I guess that would be...
That is apostolic succession. So what do you mean?
What do you say? What?
Jesus is the one that appoints them, right? To be an apostle, the word means to be one that is sent. So Paul's becoming an apostle is one who is sent directly from Jesus. So he is an apostle.
But he wasn't one of the 12, and he wasn't appointed while Jesus was alive.
Jesus is alive. So
yeah, he was appointed by, and furthermore, too, Blessed Saint Theophylact has a really good commentary on this. Is that you also see in Acts him being received conciliarly in in terms of synodality by the other apostles as well, because there was a controversy. You can imagine that, like, well, how could he be an apostle? You know, the murder of Christians and stuff like that. So his testimony of receiving and being apostolos from Christ himself is received by the apostles. And you see this play out in the Council of Jerusalem in Acts as well. So that's apostolic. Like, he's an apostle. The apostles themselves confirm the veracity of his testimony of being called by Christ himself. And so that's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, the people are coming up with these arbitrary things like, no, to be an apostle means that you have to have been in the presence of Christ when he was alive. Dummies, Jesus is alive. Paul is not having a vision of a dead Jesus. It's the resurrected Jesus. What are you talking about? This stuff, I'm not trying to be mean, but this is just silly. Jason, what's up?
My saint, actually, he was one of the 12, but he was of the 70, actually ordains of the Apostle Paul and receives him.
Yeah, I mean, look up Ananias in the book of Acts. What's up, man? Jason? All right, he can't connect. Tallahassee, you want to try again? Yeah, Paul didn't change anything. This is nonsense Islamic bullshit. What's up, man? Timothy.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, I've called a couple times. I want to point out something Father Deacon said earlier. He said that all the Catholic professors he's around give different arguments. I'm kind of confused. I thought they all did the cash me outside fallacy when they started doing debates. The last debate I saw with the Catholic professor, he told you to cash him outside and tried to give you a bunch of money.
He's talking about at his he's at a Catholic college.
Well, he's not a professor anymore, so
that's true. Jetters, what's up? Jeters creepers. These ginger chews have calmed me down from the bad arguments. Jeters, unmute. Limpricks? Limmy-pricks? What's up, man? Lemmy Pricks, unmute. Maybe something wrong with maybe Twitter's not doing well today. That dog. Unmute. That dog, unmute. DGC Rarities. That dog, unmute. This is weird. Auntie. Straight white male, $5. Jay, get an anxiety pin like a real man. I don't have anxiety problems. I don't know what you're talking about. I just can go from 0 to 75 in anger points if my blood sugar is low. What's up, man? Is internet broke today? Well, I don't know what's going on. Nobody can connect. Nobody knows how to do a mic. Jeters, you want to try again? Unmute.
Yo.
Hey.
Yo, you're right, mate. I just have a couple questions. I'm pretty new to Orthodoxy, and I was wondering, so I have an atheist family. I was wondering how I would go about trying to get them on the right side.
I mean, I don't think you're going to ever convince your family members with argumentation unless they ask you. So I would just try to be super loving and nice, and then eventually they'll ask you questions and then answer them. But do not try to argue with your family. Slinger, what's up? Never works.
Hey, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just had a question. What is your guys' views? Because I know the Greeks and Russians have different views, and I know it's kind of just depends on the church. What is your guys' view on like rebaptizing someone?
It's up to the bishop and the canons of the church that are interpreted by the bishop.
Okay, because I know when I was reading the
word rebaptize.
It's not a rebaptism.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
not, yeah.
There's just a baptism or there's not.
Okay, because I know in the canons there was when I was reading, I remember, I don't know if it was the second or the third council, there was like against people getting baptized again, but I guess you guys are saying that
it's a case-by-case basis. The canons of the Sixth Council give other cases where people do have to be baptized because the other baptism was not recognized.
Okay, I'll go read those.
For example, the Sixth Council says that if it was a eunomian baptism, it doesn't count.
Okay, all right, I'll go check that.
So it's a case-by-case basis. John, what's up? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just so sick of that question, dude. It's like that in PSA, man. If I have to answer and explain PSA in that question one more time, I'm gonna flip the table like Sam Hyde. I'm just kidding. What's up, man?
Hello?
Yeah.
So, I had a question about Mirage Men, and like, is there any other like documentaries about governments muddying the water that you would recommend?
I mean, there's a lot of documentaries that cover intelligence operations and stuff like that. Like, there's the one about William Colby that's good that FDA recommended to me. I forget the name of it, but it's William Colby's son, I think, made a documentary about his dad. There are documentaries about history of espionage, CIA operations. There's millions of those, but the only other thing about aliens being a psyop that I would recommend that's really good is the Collins Brothers book, Invoking the Beyond. But I'm not aware of any other specific documentaries about alien psyops. But great question. Exempted? No Face Killa, $2. Isn't it funny that Jews, liberals, Muslims all hate Paul? There is a commonality there that they have this weird dislike of Paul. What's up? Straight White Male says an anxiety pin is a Dean Withers reference. I don't know who Dean Withers is. Is that a stand-up? Dean Withers. Oh, is that this insane liberal dude? Let's see this.
Cody and Joe, are you there?
Yeah, it's not a vape.
Oh, he's this kid, this like liberal kid on TikTok.
Yeah,
I know
he's
this
a
is.
paid operative of the Democratic Party.
He's got to be.
Do I vape?
No, it's a
Yeah, I've
fucking
seen
anxiety
vaping.
pen. It's an anxiety pen, Joe. When will people get it right?
Oh, right. I've seen you vaping.
Cody.
Yeah.
Listen to me, man. I've had it up to here with people coming on this stream.
Is this trolling? He looks like he's about to laugh. I can't tell if this is fake or real.
And telling me that I vape, Cody, I need you to hear me when I say this.
I didn't say that.
I don't vape, and the fact that you would perceive me as a person that would vape, that would smoke the nicotine, it honestly, it makes me disheartened in the way that I'm presenting myself to my community.
This seems like he's trying to be funny. I can't tell if this is real or not.
Okay, because guess what? It's not a fucking vape. It's an anxiety pin. I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay, so cut the shit. It's not a vape. All right, it's an anxiety pin, and God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is, at this point, getting ridiculous.
I can't tell if this is this serious or not. I literally do not know. Somebody they're saying it's gay rage. I could see it could be neither one. I've literally never seen this kid. I think Andrew debated him, but I've never seen him. I don't know anything about. Why, by the way, why is anybody listening to 15-year-olds? Like, this dude looks like he's 15. No 15-year-old has any information or knowledge about the world that you should ever listen to at all. No 15-year-old can tell you or teach you anything. This dude literally looks like he's maybe 13. What can a friggin' 13-year-old tell you about the world? Nothing. He probably has 1 million subscribers, too. I think that this is what's going on. The whole world is becoming infantilized, and everybody quit reading books, and they listen to 13-year-olds on TikTok, and now everybody's dumb. That's what's going on.
Yeah, I did a whole stream on that. There was an actual push, a personal and infantilization of society.
Yes.
Playing with toys, and I mean, look.
Yes, Funko Pops. This kid, whatever this is, this Democratic psyop.
Yeah.
This is like the Democrat. I think you're right. This is like, let's take a young 13-year-old white boy, and how can we speak to young white males to make them into fake and gay Democrats?
Cody, so please,
justified crash out
for the final and for the billionth time, will you please just respect the fact that it's not a vape and that it's an anxiety pin?
It's a goddamn anxiety pen. Get it right.
What flavor is your
13-year-old, 15-year-old?
Yeah, and the orthosphere
on
too.
Twitter, too.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's the whole. I mean, you see this as a total psyop too in Hollywood. What the kids know best, right?
Oh, that's a great point. Yes, in movies, the kids always know what's up, and the parents are like the dummies.
Know what's best. The parents are dumb.
Yeah.
We're gonna have Lord of the Flies, where the children rule.
Exactly.
Society, because they're the ones that know. You see.
Speaking of, one of the best all-time Jamie Kennedy skits is Child Island, and this is exactly where we are. This one is so great, right? If you've never seen this one, this is one of my favorite all-time skits where Jamie pretends to be a Hollywood producer that's going to produce a reality show, kind of like Survivor, but it's with kids, and it's called Child Island, and he tries to sell it to these parents as this like greasy Hollywood producer. The funniest part of the whole thing is the promo of the kids on the island that he's showing to the parents in real time. I'm not going to play the whole clip because you guys should watch it, but it's one of his best. This one is great.
Also, this probably starts in the 80s too. Even these are great films.
Yeah, exactly.
But like, with Goonies.
Goonies, exactly, yes.
Like the kids, the parents are dumb.
Yes.
And kids, the detective, maybe even starts with
6 children on a remote island with just the clothes on their backs.
I'll tell you, it's exciting TV.
They must forage for food, for shelter, for their very lives.
The best part of this whole skit, which, by the way, the parents being willing to, some of them were actually willing to put their kids on this island, is kind of weird. But this is the funniest part right here. And there's the Lord of the Flies joke throughout this video.
Welcome to the final chapter in reality television. Welcome to Child Island.
The funniest part is the hog. When they fast motion the hog, that just gets me for some reason. Yeah. They're throwing spears. Here it comes. And they imprison this kid.
What'd I do? Get back!
Get back, Cubby. Still on Lord of the Flies.
Forget who they were. This is who they are.
I missed the hog part. That's the best part. Go watch this whole skit. I can't play the whole thing, but
by the way, this is literally my apartment complex. We have a whole Lord of the Flies children's civilization here where they all run wild like this.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, they don't seem to have any parents. They don't go to school, and they're all just out like building forts and fires and running around with spears and stuff. I mean, good thing they're not on, the technology, but they're literally. I make jokes about them. Yeah,
it's Lord of the Flies. Yeah, here's the hog snort. Here it is. Right that fast motion hog, man, that just gets me for some reason. All right, what's up, dude? Welcome everybody from the Crucible. We are watching Jamie Kennedy experiment clips. Some of the best, because I don't know how we got on Child Island, but somebody has a good joke here. They said, nowadays, Child Island has a different meaning. I think he's talking about Jeffstein McEffrey, No Face Killer. Straight white male, $5. The left calls this, what's this kid's name? Dean Withers? They call him their Joe Rogan. Whoa, dude. I can't, it's hard to believe some of this stuff is real. Let's see who's next.
That's how we got on it, because we're talking about the psyop of
yes,
infantilization.
Exactly. Yeah, everybody being like a kid and looking to this like 13-year-old child for wisdom and guidance.
And by the way, I talked about that they did it in raves too, because I remember the first when I was a child. I remember when, I was 18 or whatever, went to the first rave, and I was like, this is crazy. Like, everybody's running around with pacifiers, and, like, the girls are holding dolls, and they've got all the...
Oh, interesting. Yeah, why would everybody be acting like a kid at a rave? That is weird.
Yeah, like, it was... I mean, what do they call them? Candy girls or something like that? Candy kids and stuff like that. Look at it. They're all wearing, like, kids' beads... and pacifiers in their mouth, and I knew even back then, and I wasn't, completely aware of a lot of stuff, but I'm like, this has got to be a CIA site.
The Council of Ephesus does not say that you cannot talk about plump booties. What's up, Zeesh? Unmute. Ridge Pounder, $5. That sounds weird. Ridge Pounder, $5. Thoughts Thoreau's Walden. Dude, I didn't even make it through that book. That was boring as hell. I had that in a grad lit class, and I was like, I am not going to finish this book. I don't like any of these transcendentalists. This is not my vibe, dude. Men have become tools of their tools. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should revisit it. Maybe I would like it now. Rachel Wilson, what's up? Became a member. She gifts 10 memberships. Props to Rachel for that. Much appreciated. Shout out to the Crucible and all the people over there. Welcome, everybody. Everybody to the limit. Everybody to the limit. Zeesh, unmute, man. It's open debates.
Everybody in the place to be. What you gonna do? Party. Hey, Jay.
Yeah, we got a legit British raver in the house. What's up, dog?
Yeah, hey, man. Yeah, no, just wanted to say it was good. I chimed in today to check the Courtney thing that you did.
Yeah.
On the whole transhumanism and everything. It was really
The Dark Enlightenment bros.
Yeah, all that. So, I just wanted to say I build anti-nano technology, so based on all this kind of Internet of Everything, Internet of Things, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I just wanted to say, it was good. It was good what she was covering, and I kind of focus on like the low tech versus the big tech, or kind of like David and Goliath.
Mm-hmm.
And listening to what you guys were saying, it's like there's so much emphasis put on this AI being so what it isn't,
Mm-hmm.
and I kind of always say it's based on compartmentalized stupidity, like compartmentalized science. And I've gone right back to the 1900s to when the medicine was medicine, the food was food, the technology was technology. It's really interesting because when you look at the literature, there's an electrotherapy museum in Florida. You can see that they were based on truth. I think obviously there was none of this new age garbage and all that kind of stuff. So they incorporate the ether back then, which I think is a missing thing. So the analog, which me and you have been around, the hip hop, all that kind of stuff, the original music, the analog technology, I think, is one of the things that disrupts this digital reality that people think, is what it is. But I think we've won this battle anyway. I think it's that during Corona, I realized that so many people were focused on government, not God. And I kind of leaned more towards God at that point. I'm no theologian. But anyway, I just want to share that there's so much that we can do, like with all the geoengineering, the interoperability, all that kind of stuff that you hear about in the crypto, to remain human.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what we're talking about. How do I remain human? I just wanted to chime in. I thought it was a really good podcast. I don't know her work, so it was quite good to listen to. And I just wanted to share that there's. Oh, and also you mentioned the buckyballs. That was funny when you mentioned the buckyballs. And so just about, because you said your stack, your chalk and all that stuff, which I think I've got to try it. But there's a lot of tricksters as well with, people taking all this C60 from these goofy gurus. So it's really important, I think, now more than ever, you talk about it quite a lot, like functioning brain cells, to discern, even in amongst all of our world, there's a lot of tricksters trying to turn people into nanobots. give me your 23 Bitcoin, But so I see a lot of people on the C60, the Zeolites, and the stupidity is just crazy. And you see it with a lot of the fake technology and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I just wanted to chime in and say, Brother Zish here, and
all right.
Keep doing what you're doing, and nice to be.
Yeah, shout out to our UK bros. Appreciate that, Zish. We got a lot of based and Brit pilled out there. Chase Haggard. Excuse me, Chase Haggard.
That's not my name. Please pronounce my name correctly.
I assumed it was some sort of pompous French thing. I don't know. Chase Haggard.
Yeah, no, it's not my name, and I don't appreciate it. And I tried to come in here in good faith, but
You
tell this is not
you
going to be a
could
good
clip
faith
me and
interaction.
you can clip me and expose me now.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what the prior call say podcast that you forgot. Who was the guy you were talking about? AI, GPT, and all that.
You're cutting out the previous guy.
No, it's Chase is merging with AI. That's what it sounds like.
Oh my gosh.
No, I should be good now. Am I good?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. No, I was saying the prior caller was bringing up that podcast interview you did with the guy. I forgot the podcast owner, but you were talking about ChatGPT and Grok and AI and stuff. And the caller was talking about people trying to stay human. And I think it's an interesting thing that's going to happen, where I think people are going to gravitate more towards real human things. Like, you're already seeing it actually happen in music, where some of the top pop music right now has out-of-time drums played over drum machines. And I think there's an opportunity for people to do what you're doing, people to make real art, because I think people are going to crave after it, and there could be an element of providence in this.
Yeah, people are going to want real authenticity. They're going to want real human stuff. The AI like fad, I think, for entertainment will kind of get old, in my view.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's already happened. If you look at when like Pro Tools and all, digital music and computers got powerful enough for studios to switch from running everything on tape, everything got what's called quantized, where everything was smacked to the grid. And then and that happened throughout all of pop music. And now some of the top charting stuff, like these Sabrina Carpenter tunes, the guy who produces it, he's a really good producer. He's putting things out of time and out of tune on purpose, and the average listener is not noticing it, and they're feeling that it's human, even with this big pop stuff. So I think things will switch another way, where, again, some people will just gobble up the slop, but other people, making things that have character and are human and have quote-unquote vibe to them, those are going to thrive, in my opinion. And it's already happening. We've seen it over the last 5 years, and especially this last year. You look at the biggest artist, whether you like her or not, Sabrina Carpenter, there's all types of organic, production in there that pushes things out of time and all this. And I think it's interesting. There's an interesting conversation being had there.
Were you on the Discord with my brother with the sound engineers? Because he told me this topic, they did a VC with the rest of the producers and sound engineers on this exact topic. I was just wondering.
I'm on that server with your brother, and I hang out there a lot, but I was not there for this conversation. It's interesting. That's funny, because that server has some of the biggest engineers in the world on it, and I haven't talked to them about this at all.
Well, I do have to point out that Chase is intentionally subverting what I'm going to be doing in the future, and he knows it. It's a very subtle way for him to try to destroy my DJ career before I get started. He knows good and well that I'm going to transition into being DJ Dong Butter, the hottest 90s raver DJ out there. He thinks he can come in and get ahead of me and despoil the entire EDM genre, which I will be taking over very soon. And it's not going to work, Chase. It's not going to work.
I just want to point out that Jay said that the EDM genre, I'm going to despoil it. So you guys now know that Jay worships EDM. EDM is his god. He does believe in natural theology, and all music actually leads to EDM.
Butter. I thought you were going to be DJ Filthpool, man.
No. That was my old name before my last ayahuasca trip, and the entities told me that that was not the right name. So, Chase, it's not going to work. Try again, but thank you for your comments. We appreciate you. JR, what's up, dude? You can't stop the DJ train as it's coming to the station. Toot, toot. We're en route to Transcendental. Ida Billy, $10. I just joined your stream. Did you cover the fact that the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese priest was going after ortho bros? This is so 2016, 17, right? The ortho bro movement. We're a giant political force. We're going to take over MAGA as the ortho bro movement. So yes, it's a very dangerous movement. The ortho bros, which literally started from FDA in a picture that he took making a joke. Yes, it's a very dangerous political movement. So be very afraid.
It's never actual leftists and subversives and skittles.
Yeah, where's his videos going after all the leftism, all the ecumenism? No. The danger is the ortho bros.
Yeah.
What's up, man? JQ? Jaquan? What's up?
I like that native ad.
Hello? Dude, the internet's broken today. What is going on? Are you there? Try again. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Barely, go ahead.
I like that native ad that Chase just inserted.
Oh,
into
here
the
we go.
conversation
Another
for
one
some-
of these people from the real music world that plays real instruments and real gypsy jazz. Dude, gypsies don't even exist, okay? Gypsies are crisis actors that were hired to play. They wear brown face. They're not even a real thing. And now we got guys who are professional gypsy jazz players that play real instruments. They're coming to destroy my DJ career. That's why they're here. I want you guys to know this. Gypsy jazz, what is that? Cher? Is that Cher?
Chase thinks that his Sabrina Carpenter native ad that he got paid for by whatever record company he's working
Dr.
for.
Luke. Dr. Luke paid off Chase.
Yeah. No, I wanted to comment on stuff we've talked about for years that Father Deacon Ananias was bringing up there, is all the John Hughes films are designed to undermine parenting.
Wow, yeah.
Great point.
Every single one of them, from his beginning in Animal House to his last film, Look Who's Talking, Home Alone. Yep. Every single one of them, the parents are dumb. Every adult is stupid in the film. Breakfast Club, of course. It's a dumb principal that gets the wool pulled over his eyes for the entire day.
Baby Geniuses, dude. Remember that movie?
Baby Geniuses. Look Who's Talking. all those films are all John. I mean, John Hughes wrote even the films that he didn't direct. So
yeah, good point. No, this is a great point. Yeah, this is subversive, totally.
It really was, and most of the films, like the time period that we grew up in, which is good, stuff like Goonies. Even in Goonies or films like that, the parents aren't even around.
Good point.
So it's like, it's not even that parent. Even in some of it, it's like it's not even that the parents are dumb. It's just there is no parents at all.
And we all know about Children of the Corn, right? The children are now, Malachi's now the religious leader, and I mean, come on, dude.
Village of the Damned, dude. The kids are actually alien entities. Thank you, by the way, John. Appreciate that. The children are the alien entities come to take over. They're little psychopaths. By the way, gypsies, tramps, and thieves. That's the only thing I know about gypsy jazz is that Cher song. Kyle, $5. I want to see you Orthodox creators tackle little season theory that's all over YouTube. Yeah, Orthodox people don't get into evangelical end times nonsense, so it's probably not going to happen. We're partial preterists, many of us. Kelly Silva, $5. Have you seen Zathura? They completely sexualized Kristen Stewart. No, I don't even know about that. Never heard of that. Zathura. Interesting. Well, isn't she like genderly ambiguous nowadays? So that doesn't surprise me. If a lot of these Hollywood people get groomed into all kinds of weird stuff, and that's probably what has messed them up. EA became a member. When is your next open question? I mean, it's right now. I want to call in, but it's not on the topic. But the topic is all topics, so how could it not be on topic? Just call in, dude. What are you talking about? Ooh, we're going back up. These guys just want to destroy my DJ career. They know I want to be the next hottest 90s rave DJ, and they're already they're front running me to destroy my career. Kostya, what's up?
Good day, sir.
What's on your mind?
What's up? First off, back to the Harland show. I wanted to talk about that.
I knew you were going to talk about that. That's why I brought it back up. Go ahead.
Ooh. Yeah, I want to say, like, you brought up Mark Maron. I have no idea who this Harland guy is, but he seems very much like Mark Maron. That boomer mentality that you were talking about. And he had no idea. He, like, saw some Sam Hyde clips, thought he knew how to handle him.
Oh,
and that's
interesting.
This is why Sam Hyde went gorilla mode, because this Harland dude, he just thought Sam Hyde was like a nonsense content creator.
Oh, interesting.
He didn't realize the layers that Sam Hyde puts in, and that all the value in Sam Hyde's content is in those kind of satirical layers.
Layers,
underneath. He thought, let's talk about, just saying funny thing about Brazilians. That's what Sam Hyde does. But he just pissed Sam Hyde by misunderstanding.
Yeah, I think if you heard the wine mom that called in earlier to explain that I'm licking Sam Hyde's butt to get popular or whatever, she also had a similar take. Like, Sam isn't funny and he just has to spurg out because he doesn't know what to do and he doesn't know what's funny. I mean, it's like, what are you talking about? This is not even close to reality. But I didn't even think about, like, what did Harland Williams know about Sam Hyde? He probably thought it was just some, like, random, TikTok guy or something. Like, who knows what's going on in it? I think he's more Gen X, but maybe he's a Gen X with a boomer mindset. I don't know. But I would have thought this would work well because Harland Williams has always been this sort of, like, whoa, he's so quirky and he's so oddball. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, I can see where it kind of just got off on the wrong foot. It seemed like Sam Hyde was actually upset.
Well, I have heard some. Yeah, I've heard some conflicting reports that no, actually Sam was getting annoyed. So,
the other topic, I joined a little late, but you might have been talking about it. I mean, Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on? Like, first off,
I mean, it's a huge Trump fail. They're covering it up, and it's a huge Trump fail. That's what's going on.
I guess, but that seems a little too obvious, don't you think?
Well, no. Why can't? A lot of things are obvious. Why is that too obvious? What do you mean? I mean, I did an hour-long interview with the guy who broke all this stuff originally, Nick Bryant, and
I watched that.
Okay,
actually.
yeah. I mean, I think that probably even more so than like the PDF stuff. There's probably like financial crime stuff that's being covered up. Like, in other words, high-level lobbyists, banking elites that are compromised, and the word has gone out. You cannot let this get out, and it obviously relates to the Israeli stuff too.
And Alex had what's that judged on?
Napolitano?
No.
The black dude?
Yeah. And that's exactly what he said too, that, the way this works is, you have operatives and stuff like this, and there's compromising information, and it's actually quite complicated that they obviously don't. That's one of the reasons why they're kind of burying this.
If that's the case, and it is kind of, as we're all expecting it to be, that's just the end of Trump and his. I mean, he's just over, right?
It's not going well. I don't see anybody defending it except for like the, Ben Shapiro sphere. Like, Fievel Mouskowitz is the only one that's defending it.
Yeah, tells you something.
Nobody likes my Fievel Mouskowitz joke. I thought that was like a really funny, like, does nobody know nobody's seen? My jokes just don't land anymore. I think I'm speaking into the void of a bunch of people that are dead and gone, and nobody knows these references. I mean, nobody's seen Fievel Mouskowitz. He's Ben Shapiro. Anyway, I thought it was funny. Zachary, what's up? You're wrong to say that Sam Hyde is super funny. In fact, many people doubted that he could do stand-up. He even doubted himself. His stand-up routine is off the hook. It's legit awesome. And I'm not just saying that because I write for the Sam Hyde Show. His stand-up is really funny. What's up, man? Zachary, on mute. JT 31 $2. You guys are underestimating Harland's layers. Interesting. I'm really enjoying everybody's takes on this wild podcast. I mean, I'm not a Harland hater. I don't dislike Harland. I don't think he is. That's what I'm saying is, like, when you go back in time into the 90s and 2000s and you think about oddball comics, you've got like a Stephen Wright, you've got Harland Williams, you've got, Mitch Hedberg is kind of an oddball style comedy guy. Tom Green is kind of an oddball troll comedy guy. And so I would have thought that they vibe well together. I don't know. What's up, man? I'm you. But also, too, I mean, you could also have a situation where maybe they would have vibed under the right situations, right? Like maybe somebody was having a bad day, you know, maybe they were just tired. And I mean, I've been on podcasts, even big podcasts, where I'm like, all right, I'm ready to get out of here. All right, you know, I need to leave before I get mad. You know what I mean? So that does happen, too. What's up, man? Are you going to unmute or not? Zach? Oh, my gosh. Dude, what is going on with... Just the internet just broken today. Somebody hacked the internet. What's up, Hunter? What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, since it's any topic, I've got like two like semi-goofy questions to ask.
Okay. Yes, please do. Please don't ask me about PSA and rebaptism.
I shan't.
I'm gonna start saying any topic but that, and then we're good.
Well, my two questions are: do you think people can like literally sell their souls to Satan for like musical talent? And if so, does that stop you listening to people like the Beatles or Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin that credit their talent to Satan?
I don't know how that would happen if you literally could. I think mostly it's an analogy to selling out to the industry.
Okay.
I don't typically listen to Led Zeppelin or the Beatles anyway, just because I don't like. I liked it when I was a teenager, but I'm not a teenager anymore. So, I would say I would say in the realm, in the domain of music, unless it's just super degenerate and gross and satanic, I don't really think that it's a big deal. That's my take on it.
And I guess my last question while I have you, these kind of famous kind of videos of like celebrities like Cardi B and Katy Perry like having quote unquote MK Ultra glitches. Do you think that's all bullshit, or do you think that's like?
I know that in the case of the Katy Perry one, they did say a long time ago that she does that pretty regularly in her shows as kind of like viral marketing, spectacle marketing. So in her case, in some of those instances, it is not. It was planned. I know that in the case of like, you know, Michael Jackson, a lot of the things they would do were actually marketing schemes as well, like the hyperbaric chamber and all this kind of stuff. That would keep him in the news. So there is a layer of that in terms of entertainment and pop culture figures who do a lot of this stuff on purpose. But then in a lot of cases, like in the case of Sam and the Harland show, like it's unclear to what degree this was a planned spectacle or whether this was just really like they're not getting along. So I think both things go on, but I do think that in the case of many of the abused pop stars, in the case of like Britney Spears, Amanda Bynes, I would say they're having actual like MK Ultra breakdowns.
Okay, thank you for your time, Joe.
Yeah, good questions. Even I was skeptical of that with Katy Perry. I mean, not Katy Perry, Britney Spears, until all the stuff about her conservatorship came out, and I was like, no, dang, they like she really is like a mind-controlled product. That's crazy. Chazé Haggard is back to destroy my DJ career.
Hey, no, I think I've already done that handedly.
Oh my gosh.
Well, hopefully you can hear me now. I'm connected to Wi-Fi.
Okay.
I wanted to ask, after I had a comment about what the prior caller was saying about the selling of souls to the devil, can I do a short bit of self-shilling for my upcoming first solo project release?
Sure.
Cool. I think it's interesting when you look at music because it's similar to other things like, you know, people will talk about quote unquote, you know, cuss words and stuff, like saying SHIT is not inherently evil. I think it's pretty goofy to think that because someone's not orthodox or because they're not heterodox even, that there can't be intrinsic value in the art. There's limited amount of building blocks that God created of this amazing thing called music that we can all play with. And music inherently is created for worship. And so I think there's arguments that I can make and people can make that music has to be worshiping something. And, you know, so you can say someone's intent was evil, but at the same time, you can still get universal experiences that are universal to being a human from all types of secular artists. You know, John Mayer has some great songs. I'm not talking about My Body is a Wonderland. I know that's one of your favorite songs, Jay. John Mayer has some great music.
A lot of people don't know he wrote that about me. So, but don't tell anybody that. Keep that on the down low. Yeah.
I'm just surprised how honest you're being today. It's crazy. But it's interesting because I think that you can look at Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, whoever. If you get things out of that art, well, it's a universal language in a much deeper sense than is typically used, that is designed to communicate these things and lead to, you know, quote unquote spiritual experiences, in a sense where this music doesn't belong in the liturgy, rock music doesn't belong in the liturgy, but, you know, not being able to separate the art from the artist is something I think we need to be able to do, just like not being able to separate the message from the messenger. And on that note, a little bit of self-shilling. If anybody likes indie rock kind of stuff, I make music for a solo project, doing my first tune release on Monday. If you want to subscribe to my YouTube, Chase Haggard Music, it's like MGMT mixed with Modest Mouse. But
I just, by the way, subscribed to your channel. I just found it for the first time.
I just blocked you, so that's perfect. You won't be able to view.
Well, I was going to play and make fun of your Gypsy Tramps and Thieves share coverage.
But it's like MGMT mixed with Modest Mouse, and very anti-cynical. So if you like that stuff,
very
feel free to
you say
subscribe.
anti-Semitic?
Anti-cynical.
Oh,
Jay. All right, well, I appreciate it. I don't want to take up any more time.
That's okay. We don't mind you showing. Gypsies chases a thief. Gypsies chasing thieves. That was my share, by the way, because we're talking about gypsy jazz. This is gypsy. Yes, it is gypsy jazz. Look at that, Mr. Sandman. Don't really hear any Metallica in this, but okay, well, I'll take Chase's word for it. It's Mr. Sandman. Oh, I'm thinking of Enter Sandman. I thought Chase was over here doing Metallica gypsy jazz. Mr. Sandman. Oh, Mr. Sandman, bring me. I thought he was doing Enter Sandman. Do 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 do. I like the Enter Sandman version of gypsy jazz better. Say your prayers in the Sandman. I don't even know the words to that stupid ass song. By the way, shout out to our buddies Jamie Kennedy and Sam Tripolinius having a pretty popular podcast. They're doing this.
Television tell you the exact opposite.
This one was popping off too. 40,000. That's popping off over here on. I hate to break it to you, Jamie Kennedy with Sam Tripoli, brand new. All this drama with the Sam HYDE podcast with Harland Williams is kind of taking over the comedy sphere. But don't miss this gem. They had a great conversation as well. Our buddies over here. And by the way, we will be back on Jamie Kennedy's podcast in the near future. We were just talking about that the other day. Dad, I want to get you guys back. Dad, I want you guys back.
And you're listening to them and not listening to me. That's how powerful the programming is. I've heard people say they broke.
Dad, by the way, awesome new set there. I like Jamie's set. Everybody's upping their set. They're going to upgrade. Where are we at? Enter Sandman thieves. Gypsies chases a thief. Did you guys like the Boomer episode? I thought it was pretty good.
Mouse shit.
And we got some fire coming too, by the way. We got well, maybe I should keep it secret as to what episodes are about to roll out. Ooh, look at that right there. Just so you know. People pretending like they're involved in this. People pretending like they have a stake in this. People are pretending like they know and have a stake in it. All right, let's see what we got over here on the super chats. Catch up on that real quick. Gen Z $3. The thing about the younger generation humor that older generations don't get, whether you're trying to do comedy or not, is that we are laughing at you. Modern comedians are conforming to that reality. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, that's a good insight there. I like that, Gen Z. That's another angle to this, which, you know, Andy Kaufman was this way in the 80s, and even to a degree, well, I forget when he died, maybe late 80s, but he was always making fun of everybody, and the audience was the butt of the joke. So he was kind of like the first trolley comic, right? And boomers liked Andy Kaufman. So I'm wondering, like, how come boomers liked Andy Kaufman and that weird stuff, but when people do that same type of stuff, it's just like they don't get it. It's like, what? I don't. What does that mean? That's and I'm guessing it's because in the boomer mindset, you can't make fun of the boomer himself. You know, Andy Kaufman could troll the audience and it's funny, but when it's the butt of the joke is the boomer himself, or when it's like a critique of the dumb shit that everybody believes in society, maybe that is where it just doesn't work. I don't know. This is a mystery to me. I don't understand why. It's bizarre. It's really crazy. Boomers like Jonathan Winters. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But boomers liked Andy Kaufman, and he was trolling everybody. I don't know. It's a fascinating question. I don't know what's going on. All right, let's see. Okay, we're caught up on those super chats. Let's see who's next. John. What's up, John?
Hey, Jay. Thanks for having me on, man.
Uh-huh.
I've got a question about the Bible.
Okay.
I hate to switch gears, get too serious on this, but I've got a question. I've been looking into orthodoxy, and everything that I've seen so far, it almost feels like I've been looking for this like my whole life. And but I don't know, I've just discovered it. So I have a few questions still. My question is, it seems like I don't have the references in front of me, but if you look at like the view of the resurrection of the dead, the Orthodox seem to take like a literal kind of view of the physical, like your physical body is resurrected.
That's all Christianity's classical. I mean, Catholic, Orthodox, Protestants all believe in the bodily resurrection.
So my also the view of like the new heavens and the new earth, that seems to be like a more literal kind of a view. Like it's physical. I don't have the words for this, but
yeah, we would say it's Protestant or it's Gnostic to think of this in some, non-physical, literal way.
Right. So I've always kind of read the Bible very simply, just kind of, wouldn't say literal, but I kind of just, when I read the Old Testament, just assume a plain sense kind of meaning. I know I'm perfectly fine with a lot of typology, but I just don't see a whole lot of that as informing like the hope in the Old Testament is coming from like the fall being, I guess, reversed. And in the New Testament, it seems to kind of carry over. So here's my question.
What? I'm lost.
Seems to be, okay.
I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not understanding. What hope is lost or not carry? What's? Go ahead, ask your question.
Well, no, I'm just saying I guess so. My question is like eschatological, I guess. So the hope of the Old Testament seems to be in this resurrection and the new heavens and the new earth.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like in a lot of these passages that explain it, you've got kind of a very plain sense description of Jerusalem being like in Ezekiel 43, where it's like the new there's like a temple, and you have God saying, "This is the place of the soles of my feet." Not that I think that God has like literal feet, but it seems like a lot of places, like you have this idea of Jerusalem being kind of the epicenter, I guess, or like the place where God is.
They're talking about the first advent of the Messiah, so the restoration of the tabernacle of David, God sending out the law from Mount Zion, is ultimately fulfilled in the first appearance of Christ. So that's the last days. The eschaton is now, rather than putting it off to the end of the world. The eschaton began at the first advent, and that's why the New Testament is so emphatic that the promises of the Old Testament are realities right now.
Okay. So, but when obviously there's more to come, like when Jesus returns.
Sure.
So what role does, like, it just seems like there's so many passages where it just seems like if you have a restored body and there's a new heavens and a new earth, that assume it's not a spiritual, it's not totally, I know that language is used like in 1 Corinthians 15, like of, the spiritual man, but it doesn't mean that it's one or the other, right? It's like the way that God intended his creation to be in the beginning, where it's, there's, I guess it's a glorified creation. Forgive me for my lack of understanding of this language, but it just makes sense to me that, Jerusalem would be a literal place as well. Like, what is the disconnect there? Because it seems like that's where a lot of Orthodox theologians that I've read, is that you get like a understanding of a literal resurrected body, a literal new heavens and the new earth, but it's like the idea of Jerusalem being a literal place where, Jesus will.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So how we know what is, quote, figurative versus what is literal is going to be conditioned by the Bible itself and the coherence of the Old and New Testament together. So, for example, how do I know in what sense, for example, the word Jerusalem is to be taken in the New Testament and the eschaton sense? Well, thankfully, there's many places in the New Testament where that's actually discussed. So, for example, in Galatians 4, when Paul talks about the allegory of the new Jerusalem, he describes that as the Jerusalem that is from above, which is our heavenly mother, which is the church. So the true Jerusalem is the church, which Paul explains here in Galatians 4. Rejoice, O barren. So no, he's citing the Old Testament. You do not bear, break forth and shout. We're not in labor. You have had many children. And so he talks about Isaac and he talks about Ishmael, and he says that the real Jerusalem is the one that is above, the heavenly Jerusalem, which is the mother of us all. And this promise to Abraham is fulfilled in the heavenly Jerusalem, which is Mother Church. So do you understand that, like, the questions that you're asking, I'm not saying they're bad questions, but they're answered in the New Testament itself. So could there be an actual Holy Land in the eschaton? Yeah, sure. Jesus could recreate the heaven and the earth and keep elements of, what existed before. I mean, in the New Testament era, the church calls it the Holy Land. There's an Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem. So it's not like it goes away because we're in the New Testament necessarily.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, because it seems kind of, it's just hard to think about, like, there being, like in the resurrection, like being in a certain place, but it seems pretty clear that if you have a resurrected body, which would require, there doesn't seem to be a contradiction with place. So I guess
the Orthodox view is that there is a new heavens and a new earth, and it is a physical place with physical locations. And so when Jesus is resurrected and he's walking around the end of the Gospel of John eating fish, that's showing you the model of the body in the eschaton.
Uh-huh.
So it is spatial still, yes.
Okay. So I like your answer, though. It's kind of, it doesn't have to be one way or another. It's just, there may be a physical place, I guess, that called Jerusalem, but it's not. That's not what the passages in the Old Testament point towards.
Well, like if you look at Isaiah 65, it says, "Behold, I create a new heavens and a new earth. The former will not be remembered; it will not come to mind. Be glad and rejoice. I create Jerusalem as a rejoicing. I rejoice in Jerusalem, my people." And there will no longer be weeping or crying. This is all referenced, of course, in the apocalypse of the church and of the eschaton. So this is a present reality where, God is basically saying that my people are my elect. They're my offspring. They're my descendants. It's talking about the church. It's not talking about primarily, something going on over in the Middle East.
In the place. Okay. That makes sense. Yes, because, that's like one of the passages that you see, and, it's I think it's described as the New Jerusalem in the book of Revelation, but I've always thought that it's not going to be buildings coming down from heaven.
It's the people we are the New Jerusalem. Exactly. That's why Paul calls the New Jerusalem the church right there. Wired, what's up, man? Good question, though. Wired, what's up? I'm mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Hello, Jay. I'm an agnostic, and I'm looking into different religions and philosophies.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards Christianity, but I'm calling in to ask about your thoughts on the CTMU by Chris Langan. Are you familiar with him and his theory?
Yes. I think it's kind of similar to TAG in certain ways, at least in the methodological approach. It's similar in that it's more of a abstracted logical type of argument. But Chris Langan is a very committed classical foundationalist, so he believes in very sort of self-evident maxims as a starting point. And the type of deity that he argues for is just kind of like a Platonic megamind. So I would have, some critiques of those positions, basically. Matt, what's up? Matt Hedges?
Hello?
What's up, Matt?
Oh, hey, how you doing, Jay?
Good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I've heard a common accusation I've heard in Eastern Orthodox circles that the Reformed tradition has a Nestorian tendency in its Christology when it comes to the communication of properties.
Correct.
Do you believe that accusation?
Of course I do.
How would you flesh that out?
Yeah, for example, Herman Ritterboss talks about Jesus as a human person.
Yes. So, for one thing, I don't think that Reformed orthodoxy is defined by necessarily MacArthur or Sproul or someone like Ritterboss. I think it's more like 16th and 17th century Reformed scholastics.
Okay, and who says who? Why is that where we go? By the way, they're Nestorian too. Doesn't Turretin think that Jesus sheds his human nature in the eschaton?
No, not that I know.
Okay.
But regardless, Turretin is more of a polemicist than a systematician. But with regard to the Westminster Divines in particular, I've read some of the...
Okay, did Jesus take the Father's wrath?
I'm sorry?
Did Jesus take the Father's wrath?
So I think there's a difference between being punished properly in the sense of the imputation of guilt versus receiving punishment. I think it's
did the Father damn the Son? Many of the first generation, second generation reformers say that.
Yeah, I think that's a misinterpretation of Calvin.
What's the right interpretation?
I'm aware of the accusation. I just don't think it's a...
What's the right interpretation?
Yeah, so, if you're referring to, those texts in which it talks about Christ...
I don't really care about Calvin. What do you think is the right position? What's your position?
Yeah, so I think Christ, received the punishment that was due to sin.
Which is what?
As a surety of
Which is what?
Sorry?
Which is what?
Yeah, it's bearing the wrath of God on the cross. That's not
okay.
the same
So
as
I asked you specifically, and it took you like 5 minutes to get to this point. So Jesus bears the wrath. What is the wrath of the? What is the wrath of the Father?
To be fair, I called him asking about the communication.
What is the wrath of the Father? Come on, dude. What's the wrath of the Father?
Yeah, so on the cross, Christ experienced the same genus of punishment.
Genus of punishment. Yes, here we go. And is that damnation or not?
It is not the same as the damned in hell. No, it is making satisfaction. But
Okay.
that's not the same
And
thing
what
as
was the
being damned
penalty that was due that he took? Did the Father forsake him?
I mean, not in the way that like you might hear some people like.
Okay, then in what way? In what way?
Yeah, so I mean, Christ experienced like some of like the distress and anguish.
Some of
during
it.
The wrath of God in Gethsemane.
Okay, so did the Father turn his back on him? Did he forsake him?
Did God turn his back on? Is there a verse? Am I thinking of the verse in Isaiah correctly?
I'm asking you, dude. You tell me your position. Stop asking me questions. Did the Father forsake the Son the way that the Psalms are interpreted, in your view?
Yeah, so I don't think that God the Father damned the Son.
Okay, so what does it mean? You said it's some of the elements of rejection. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's the imputation of sin to Christ, like Christ bearing.
Okay. And what does that mean? What is this? What is the punishment?
Yeah, the punishment is bearing like the indignation of God against sin in the qualitative sense, but not the quantitative sense.
Okay, so did he take the penalty? Okay, so you're saying a bunch of sophistry. So did he damn the Son or not?
No, I just told you that. No,
right, so he didn't, but he took the wrath. What's the wrath that's not damning?
The wrath that's not damned. Yeah, damnation properly is eternal.
Okay, did he take the equivalence of that?
Qualitative equivalence, not a quantitative one.
Okay.
That's why we don't say he's damned. This is not hard.
Oh, it's not hard, right? I don't understand it, right? So,
I'm not saying you don't understand it. I'm saying that a lot of the fathers use this language too.
No, they
and I
don't.
think you're
No, they
mixing it up.
don't. Where do the
Yes,
fathers
they-
use this
they say-
language?
Did Christ take the penalty of our sin upon him?
I don't have the same idea what the penalty is as you. I believe what John Damascus says in Book 3. But I'm asking you, since you believe that damnation is the penalty, how is it the penalty that he took?
Well, I did not say that Christ was damned. I explicitly denied that.
I know that, but I'm saying if the penalty is damnation, then how did he take the penalty for us?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
If the penalty is damnation, then how did he take that penalty for us if he wasn't damned?
Because he can suffer the same genus of punishment without its quality.
What does that?
It's accidental.
What does
That's
that even
makes
mean?
it
What does
damnation.
genus and species have to do with this?
Genus and species, like basic.
What does it have to do with this question? I know what the words mean. Don't play bullshit with me. Come on, man.
Yeah, so it's the same kind of punishment, but not the same duration.
So because it wasn't eternal, it's not eternal damnation. So you're playing word games. But he was damned by the Father, just not eternally.
No, I'm saying that damnation properly is eternal.
So what was the punishment that he took that's not our punishment?
I already told you it's bearing the sins of God.
And that is what exactly?
So that he is receiving the same type of punishment.
Does the Father cease to love him and share the same will as him?
No, and
Oh, so he punishes.
You're talking about.
So he what?
I know the quotes from Calvin that Bellarmine.
I don't care about Calvin, dude. Tell me what the correct position is from the scriptures that you believe. Nobody cares about John Calvin here.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, it's a common accusation against the Reformed. That's why I mentioned it. But
Yeah, I know. I make it all the time because most Reformed people historically have believed that Jesus suffered some sort of rejection by the Father. And so I'm asking, does the Father turn his will against the Son?
Does he turn his will against the Son? No, because there's only one will in the Trinity.
Okay, so how does he punish him and go against him and use the terminology of a qualified damnation, a qualified rejecting? In what sense is he rejecting him if he's not turning his will against him?
Right. So you have to distinguish. But like I said,
Is he hating the Son?
No, no one's saying that. I know that MacArthur.
Then how is he punishing? No, it's not just John MacArthur. It's a bunch of the Reformed tradition. So I want to understand what this punishment is and what this turning away is. What does it mean when he says the Father forsook him?
Yeah, the Father forsaken. Yeah, so like he did not have like as full a sense of the beatific vision, for example.
Okay, so Jesus stopped being a divine person?
That's not what I said.
How do you not have a vision of God if you're a divine person? Is Jesus a divine person?
yes, Jesus is a divine person.
But he
He's
lost
a
the
divine person
beatific
only
vision?
who assumed
But he
his
lost the
nature.
beatific vision?
I didn't say that. No.
Yes, you did. You just said he didn't have the fullness of it. You just lied.
The fullness of it is different from having it. If you can't distinguish that,
I can't distinguish it. So Jesus lost the beatific vision, but he still had some of it. So he could like see through a glass darkly, the beatific vision?
Yeah. Okay. Did
Yeah,
Christ experience like darkness in his soul on the cross?
Darkness in his... I don't even know what that means. I'm asking you your position, which is nonsense. So Jesus lost the beatific vision as a divine person.
No, I don't.
So you're a Nestorian, exactly. As we said from the very beginning.
No, I'm not. I believe Christ is a divine person that assumed a human nature, and therefore...
A divine person doesn't lose the beatific vision, heretic. And there is no beatific vision in the Latin sense anyway. You don't see the divine essence. But on their own model, if being a divine person is seeing the divine essence, how do you not really fully see the divine essence? That was so stupid. What a bunch of sophistry and word games. And he kept wanting to debate Calvin's... I don't care about Calvin's position. Exempted Cat, what's up? Jesus lost the beatific vision, but only a little bit. Unmute, what's up? All right, can't connect. Young Sheldon.
Yo, yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about that Sam Hyde podcast. I think my opinion is kind of in between you and the Wine Mom. And I mean, I'm a Sam Hyde fan. I love his stuff. I just think that the problem was just a clashing comedy style. Like it's kind of like you know, rock paper scissors. Like just some comedy styles just dismantle or trump other ones. And I think Sam Hyde's comedy is like really the crux of his whole thing is that he kind of like takes you into his domain. Like he just creates like this crazy world and he like makes you subject to it. Like for example, the paradigm shift, the 2070 paradigm shift. He hijacks this TEDx talk and he takes all these like these kind of like modern liberal fellas in the crowd. He just takes them hostage and he subjects them to all this like bullshit. And similar to and also with the iDubbbz thing, right? He takes iDubbbz who doesn't realize what he's getting into, brings them into his like converted dental's office, totally flips the script on him, creates this wacky world where it's like, you know, this guy is like making beats in the corner, he's smoking, his girlfriend is like high on meth. Like Ian can't even comprehend what's happening.
Right.
And that's sort of his style. Sam
Exactly.
Hyde likes to Sam Hyde likes to like take people into his domain and his world is like crazy, right? And that's where the absurdist kind of humor is there. And Harland, he's sort of absurdist as well, but it's a different way.
It is.
So like at first glance, you might think, you know, they're compatible because they're both, you know, wacky, goofy, but really it's two completely different styles. Harland, he's more like, you know, I don't really like him, so this might influence how I describe it, but he's just more like random. He's just more like it's less coherent, it's less structured, right? He just kind of says things. He throws out a joke here, changes the topic. It's like it doesn't actually coincide with Sam's style of humor. Like so they're not really a good match for each other. And so like what I think is that Sam Hyde, he's just more structured. And Harland, he's just a little bit more random, and that actually dismantles. Unfortunately, I think that dismantles Sam Hyde's like specialty, his comedy, because they can't stick on one. Like Sam Hyde can't bring Harland into his world, into his like, right? He can't do that because it's just not compatible. Harland isn't like iDubbbz or someone who is willing to follow a single line of thought, right? He's more random. He's all over the place. I personally find that really boring. So I don't like that. I prefer Sam Hyde's style, but unfortunately, Sam Hyde, it just didn't work. And I think the gorilla thing for me, the gorilla thing was the funniest part, but I can see what people are talking about when they say, you know, he crashed out and it wasn't good, because I think Sam was trying to. Sam Hyde was a fish out of water there. He couldn't do his comedy, what he's known for, what he's comfortable with. He couldn't do it. And the moment he was given an opportunity to do something like that, right, when he was given the permission to make a gorilla's nest, well, what he did was he tried to bring Harland into his domain, and that kind of worked. I mean, like, everyone was subject to the environment Sam Hyde created, where he was in control at that moment. And that, I think, it was the funniest part. But obviously, I think Sam Hyde also went a little overboard, and, you know, maybe was a little flustered. And yeah, that's how I see that.
Well, if you watch and I did watch significant sections of the Harland Joe Rogan podcast from a while back, a year ago. And a lot of people were making a big stink of this and fuss about this because Joe Rogan seemed to not really be getting or interested in the stories and the jokes either. It was another sort of less volatile interaction that was kind of similar in certain ways. Not that Joe Rogan is in any way similar to Sam Hyde, but they were having this interaction back and forth, and Harland kept telling these wacky stories and kind of being silly, and Joe Rogan was kind of more like wanted to have a conversation. I know that the first time I went on Jamie Kennedy's podcast, it was similar because I assumed that we would be yucking it up, and Jamie wanted to have this very serious kind of conspiracy discussion, which is fine. But if you watch the whole podcast, Jamie's like, "What's this guy doing? He's already doing all these voices. I want to talk about conspiracy." It's like the whole thing. I mean, it wasn't bad. It ended up being what? Yeah, we were. That's not right. He's like, that's not right. Yeah. This guy's ever doing voices. It's like, well, I do impressions all the time, dude. I'm gonna impersonate you, dog. Anyway, so sometimes we do get these clash of personalities situations. So I think that caller was correct, that there was a clash of personalities for sure going on here. And by the way, if I recall, doesn't Harland in this episode, he tells this story that he has a gut, like a leech or like a what do you call those worms that eat your guts out? I forget what the name. What's the name of the worm that lives in your guts? Tapeworm. Like a tapeworm. Yeah, like he tells this story that he's got a tapeworm, but he doesn't want to get rid of it because they get to be friends or something, which is funny. But guess what? That's actually an It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode. Frank gets a tapeworm and he doesn't want to get rid of it. Or is it Charlie? Frank or Charlie gets a tapeworm. It's a really funny idea. But, I mean, I'm not saying Harland stole it. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Comedy's a weird thing. Also, people can be in moods, too. Like, people can be in a bad mood that day and they're just not feeling it. But somebody made a good point. Mike Hunt says, Harland could have at least plugged Extreme Peace, and I think that's a good argument that there was some real tension here because he did bleep out any of the references to the new season. Yeah, it's a tapeworm named Jerry, and it's is it Frank or Charlie that has the tapeworm? It's pretty funny. Abject Fool, $10. Thank you, man. Alex Adame, $10. What up? Is the argument that if Trump is compromised, it would have come out? Is that a bad argument? I don't think it's a bad argument. Do you think he's compromised? I think there's a lot of different possibilities that we just don't know. I mean, Trump could have been, for example, working with the FBI a long time ago. I mean, I think even Alex mentioned this possibility. That could have happened a long time ago. Trump might not be able to talk about certain things because of, agreeing to work with the FBI back when Epstein was first being investigated. I mean, I'm just saying this is a possibility. I have no idea. And then maybe Trump, and other people have pointed out that it might not even be about what people think. It might be because there's high-level financial elites, lobbyists that are compromised, and that's a big part of it, even above the politicians. So people think, oh, it's the politicians. No, there's a class of people above the politicians that might be compromised, and that's the big deal, not the political class. Matt, $10. I bought an Ignatius study Bible. Is that a good choice for a Catholic? Well, we're Orthodox Catholics, so I'm not going to tell you to buy a Roman Catholic study Bible. No, get an Orthodox study Bible. That's what I would recommend. Rossi, $1. Jay, how would you feel about the claim that determinism can still be true, even though reasoning and belief are causal processes? Well, then it would no longer be knowledge or truth the way that we typically in philosophy have talked about knowledge and truth. This would actually be a defeater, because to know something would require the ability to adjudicate between the true and the false. But if everything that you believe is literally just a determined effect, then you're not actually adjudicating between true and false. So there's no value judgments in a deterministic system, so I don't think this argument would work. All right, let's see. We got more calls here. Wired Prometheus.
Hello again. Thanks a lot for your previous answer.
Mm-hmm.
What are the main points that you would use to criticize the CTMU with? And is a metaphysical model like that reconcilable with Christianity?
Again, if God is a Platonic monad, or if God is a projection of my mind or of the subconscious or something like that, that's not at all compatible with Christianity. And also, again, I think from an epistemic standpoint, if he's a committed classical foundationalist, then all the critiques of foundationalism, I think, would apply. God's soldier, Silius soldier. By the way, guys, I forgot, we're going to close this out here in a little bit. We will be back tonight with our buddy George, who has a new book coming out, The Errors of the Latins. If you guys remember, about 4 years ago, we had Sneck and George on together where we covered the forgeries. And George has spent the last 4 years collating and putting together this book, Errors of the Latins, kind of detailing, going through the classic papal forgeries. So we will be doing that interview at 9 p.m. tonight. So be sure and be ready for that. God's soldier, what's up, man? Are you going to talk or not?
Hey, sorry, didn't see it was there.
It's okay.
How are you guys doing?
Good, what's up?
So I was raised as a Seventh-day Adventist, and I've been looking into orthodoxy. One of the biggest, I guess, hiccups is trying to reconcile the, not change, but just the practice of worshiping on the Sabbath and now worshiping on the Lord's Day or Sunday. How would you reconcile that exactly?
Well, there's nothing to reconcile, because the Orthodox Church in the Saturday Vespers still honors the seventh day. But as the book of Hebrews says, we are now entered into the resurrection Sabbath, which is his resurrection rest. So in the New Testament, they meet together the first day of the week to celebrate the breaking of bread, which is the liturgy. And so it's also shows us the superiority of the new covenant to the Judaic covenant. So we are no longer under the Old Testament Judaic rites and rituals. We're now in the new covenant realities.
I see. Okay. I know I read somewhere that, like, there's the ceremonial Sabbath, right? And then there's, I think, one more. I forgot what it was. You could help me out there.
Well, when John says, I was in the Spirit on the Lord's Day, right? And then he sees into heaven and he sees this liturgical service going on. The Lord's Day is the first day of the week. So, what John is seeing is the heavenly liturgy. So that lets us know that John is looking up into heaven and he's seeing this worship that's going on in heaven, which is liturgical worship. And that alone should show you that the Seventh-day Adventist cult is false, because they don't even have liturgical worship.
Yeah, I was going to say, just from what I remember, it's like a night and day difference compared to Orthodoxy. And then I guess the first day of the week, that would be considered Sunday, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, no, that helps out a lot, just because I've been trying to just talk more with the family about that, because they're all Seventh-day Adventists, and I'm kind of the black sheep, you could say.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, well, look at Revelation 1:10, right? He says, I was in the Spirit on the Lord's Day. And I know a lot of people don't think about it this way, but we think that he's actually celebrating the divine liturgy, because he sees the altar, he sees the incense. That's all liturgical imagery and language. So that lets us know that it's not talking about the Jewish Sabbath. Liturgical prepper, what's up? Unmute.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I was, this isn't a topic I'd normally call in and bother you with, but since you have any topic going on, I just wanted to ask a question to you, or really just ask your advice. I'm an Orthodox Christian. I live in Spokane, Washington. And I have a parishioner that goes to our church who was a Spokane police officer that he's been wrongfully convicted and is sitting in prison based on getting kind of caught between the defund the police that was going on in Washington State and basically being made an example of, and like a quick win for them to show that they're like working on corruption in Spokane. And so there's like all these articles that have been written about him, how he's been being convicted and guilty. And it's like, I have all the proof in front of me that shows that they, you know, he was perjured against, video evidence was destroyed. They just assumed that he was guilty from the get-go and then just applied this. And I mean, he sits in prison and it's a life sentence, because if he doesn't admit to his guilt, which he doesn't intend to lie or admit to wrongful charges, he's there for good. And so I guess I'm just asking for help, advice of, you know, I guess it's just a bigger conversation as far as the corruption in Spokane, as far as the police goes, and just how this one Orthodox Christian from my parish has been made an example and sits in prison innocent.
Man, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, you're saying that it was because of defund the police and he was for that or against that?
Basically, he came to understand, he kind of took the job out of naivete, thinking he could help. And when he got there, it was basically like, no, we're not here to actually help the public. We're here to, like, you know, classify the public and you know, make arrests. And he wasn't willing to just make pointless arrests. So he ended up in issues with the Special Investigations Unit that just wanted him to make like mindless arrests. And he was just trying to treat people as human beings and found that there was no place for that on the police force for him at all. And at that point, there was, you know, this one person that's made allegations against him is a meth addict, and she has multiple allegations against the police officers. And this other woman thinks she's Jesus.
Whoa.
And so they've just found this meth addict. They've paid these two women close to $1 million in settlements now. And like I said, all of his appeals have been exhausted with the exception of one. and he's run out of money for legal fees. So like me and my godson and some of us have kind of become his like amateur legal team, because we help, go through the files and then, help him to write his appeals and stuff like that.
I mean, is this like a blue area, I'm assuming?
What do you mean a blue area?
Democrat.
Well, we're Eastern Washington, but Spokane is somewhat liberal within itself. So it's kind of like where two mentalities clash, of like conservative Eastern Washington close to Idaho. I mean, if he was a cop in Idaho, this would have never happened, because they didn't have this opposition to police. But just him being in Washington and essentially trying to treat people like human beings, and there was just no place for that on the police force, and he just ended up developing enemies because he just wasn't willing to play ball the way they wanted him to play ball.
Well, honestly, man, I don't like these kind of local clashes with corrupt leaders. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, do you have like a website or something you want to push out and promote and get people looking at?
Unfortunately, right now I don't. His name is Nathan Nash, if anybody wants to pray for him. I've actually been in like talking to a couple other people about possibly going on their podcast to do more things like this. I understand.
Yeah, you could like hit up somebody like Robert Barnes. I know he takes a lot of these kind of cases, but yeah, if you get a website up or something like that, feel free to call back in. Max Payne, what's up? Sorry that that happened. I just don't know what. I don't know anything about. I've never been to Washington. Never been even close to Washington. What's up, man? I would just stay out of these big cities, man. They're all corrupt. What up, dog? I'm you. Is the internet just not working today? Mackie Payne, do you want to talk or not? Jordan, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, bring it back to the Sam Hyde thing again, but like, I guess the last guy was like, office for school, but I think it's like so much more straightforward than that. Like in the beginning of the podcast, Sam tries to like bring some of his like material and content that he like likes to talk about. Harland cuts it off, like has the Filipino talk, right? They do the whole podcast reset thing, right? Sam once again, because he doesn't want to get cut off, when he says, let's avoid the Jew question, right? And he tries to go into other areas, right? Harland brings it back up, cuts him off again, doesn't allow him to go anywhere, and then he just goes down this weird line of like emasculating questioning, right? So he tries to force the Filipino dude to tongue punch a fake salmon piece, and Sam's immediately like, don't do that.
Wait, I didn't hear that. Hold on.
Yeah.
Go back and we can barely hear you. It's bad internet today. So he tries to what? The Filipino dude, say that again?
He tries to make the Filipino dude like do cunnilingus on his line of questioning, cunnilingus on a salmon piece.
Oh, okay.
Like
Yeah, I got you now. Gotcha.
And Sam's immediately like, no, don't do that.
On a what? What was it? What was it?
A fake piece of salmon. Like it was a fake salmon.
Oh, salmon. Okay.
Yeah. And so Hyde goes like, don't do that. Don't do that. And he continues to push it. Sam gets over it. They move on. Then he goes into like the priest thing. And if you watch PGL, Sam's not like offended by the priest thing. He just hates that like weak, low tier, like super used shock comedy, right?
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But then he goes right back to the emasculation, and he looks Sam in the face and goes, have you been raped? Like, and so it's this weird thing of emasculation. And then you get into the gorilla thing. What does Sam do? Like the other guy said, he gets into his domain, he flips it, but then he grabs him and goes to take him into the nest. So he's like, you're going to do this weird emasculation thing. Okay, I'll buy into the one joke you've allowed me to get into, but you're going to feel this emasculation.
And you think remember grape, right? Let's use the word grape. You think the grape thing, it's okay, the grape was intended to emasculate Sam? That's why he brought that up?
I think the whole thing, after the whole joke cutoff thing, what other reason would you pull a piece of, like, out of nowhere, pull it up, like, something out and ask another, like, a man on camera to lick it?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And then once Sam goes to the gorilla thing, he grabs him and pulls him into the nest. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I think that was just Sam going like, if you're gonna we've restarted, we've tried to make jokes. Okay, this is my one joke. I'm gonna take full control of it.
Okay.
And I think that's all. I think it was that simple. I don't like if you look through the comments, like Harland's like it's kind of bipolar. The comments he's liking some of the ones that say like it's good and bad, but there's like a wave. It's like that he's liking saying Harland overcame or dominated, like saying it's like a really weird thing. Like, why would you bring someone to your podcast to like dominate him? Like Harland's never done that in any other podcast. Just weird, quirky weirdness. But this whole like vibe was weird because I've watched a lot of Harland's podcasts.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've not seen any of his podcasts. So, so that you're saying the vibe in his podcast is way different for everybody else.
It's not like extremely different, but he'll play along. Like he can stick on a topic and like make weird and do his quirky thing and go along. But from the very beginning of the podcast, it was super weird. Doesn't have Charles in frame.
Yeah, why did he do that? I thought maybe they're just all doing that to be funny, but like, why did he stick Charles out of frame?
It seemed like a whole weird like domination thing, and the comments that the YouTube channel is liking, it definitely seems like that. Because it's all the comments he's liking. If you look through it on the YouTube, it's all them like his weird little like the weird atheist people going like, "Oh, Christianity has spoiled." He got offended at a priest joke. Harland totally trolled him and dominated him.
Oh,
he's liking all of those
yeah.
comments. It's just a really weird vibe. Like even with Macan Evans, Harland was super cool with him.
Oh, interesting.
I think made jokes on topics and stuff. The first 15 minutes of the podcast, they couldn't like stick on a single thing.
Yeah.
At all. Yeah, but that's all I had to say. I didn't think it's super straight.
No, those are interesting. Yeah, I'm really enjoying everybody's takes on this. The more I hear everybody else's takes, the more I'm like, I don't even know what's going on. Squirrel, what's up? People are overthinking this. I do agree with that. Like, I just thought this was just goofy. Let's create a spectacle, and like now the whole internet's like going, wow. And you're like, nobody's even talking about. No, they are talking about this. In fact, the Protestia clip has like. What's up, Squirrel?
Yeah, man, just a little comment, and I don't know if it has to do with your new camera or something along the line, but I've noticed for the last maybe 2 weeks or so, your stream is constantly reloading, and I don't get that on anybody else's channel, so it's not my internet. But I watch YouTube all day long at work, and yours in particular is super tough to watch because it's constantly stopping and reloading.
Anybody in the chat, tell me if you're having the same problem, and we'll try to see what's going on and address that. I'm not sure what you mean by reloading, because like you have to reload on your side, and like that might be at your work or something, or your computer, because when I look at the status on both YouTube and on Streamlabs, it's straight up perfect quality, consistent 7,000 kilobytes per second, 60 frames per second. Everything should be top sphere. If I look at stream health on YouTube, everybody in the chat is saying that this guy's a boomer, everything works fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting, I think it's your work computer, because stream health has been excellent and perfect on both sides, YouTube and OBS, for the last several hours. Where was this comment about plump booties? No, where's it at? No, it wasn't Protestia, it was AF News. So it's already almost to 1 million views or impressions over here on Twitter. But it's a little bit of a different vibe over here. Like the comments are less imbalanced. Anyway. Why are you talking about this? Because in order to have an audience, you have to talk about what everyone's talking about. I don't know if you figured out the internet yet, but that's how it works. Tallahassee, you want to try again?
Okay, Jay, you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good, excellent. Sorry, I'm driving through Pennsylvania, all these hills, jacking up the surface.
Okay.
And a rainstorm. Thank you, sir. I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts, if any, on John MacArthur and his recent passing?
I don't know anything about it. I never followed John MacArthur, was never interested in him, never even read any of his stuff. Don't know anything. I mean, I know who he is, but I've never followed him.
Okay, fair enough. And really quick, if I may ask something maybe kind of related, but also kind of its own topic. I haven't heard you talk about this topic that much. I've heard some Orthodox bring it up here and there. I know it's not a dogma as far as I know, but what do you think of the Toll House concept?
Yeah, I would just say look at Father Seraphim Rose's book, Life of the Soul After Death, and I pretty much agree with that. Coop, what's up? Coop?
Yo, Jay. I am very much tapped in on with your film critique and kind of film study side of your work.
Okay.
I don't know if you keep a notepad of recommendations. I have I have a media that was just optioned by A24. That is like a culmination of a lot of your studies, I would say.
What?
I think.
Are you being serious or are you joking?
No, I mean like topic-wise, like the movie topics hit a ton of topics that you talk about, yeah.
Wait, you're saying you have a screenplay that you did that you're giving to A24 about stuff that I talk about? No, what do you mean? What do you mean?
They've optioned one that someone else made.
Oh.
And just reading about this media, it is like Jay Dyer has to watch this when it comes out.
Okay, what is it?
I think it'll be called Death Stranding.
Is that after the video game?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's going to be a film. And they have the opportunity to really push a lot of agendas through this media.
No, that's great. I always appreciate those recommendations. Yeah. Usually the best stuff, movie-wise, comes from audience recommendations. Books, too, by the way. So, appreciate that. JR, what's up, man? Is this the same JR Adams? By the way, I didn't mean to boot you earlier, John. I thought you were done. Feel free to talk as long as you want.
Yeah, you don't want me talking. You're trying to stifle me from being able to say.
I'm trying to censor you. Fine, you're going to expose me. I don't want to be exposed. I'm fragile. I'm licking the testicles of Alex Jones and Sam Hyde.
Meanest man on the internet who's just butt sniffing Sam get popular.
Yes. Feel free to expose me.
I was actually just going to point out real quick that tapeworm joke is like an old Three Stooges joke from back in the day.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so not that anybody's going to know who the Three Stooges are if they don't even know who Michael McDonald is.
He called me Larry, Moe, and Curly.
All right, I just want to point that out.
What a Moe believes. Can't you see? The wise man has the power. David Murdoch Art, $5. Prayers for Alaska. There was just a giant 7.3 earthquake. It is potentially a mass casualty event. Whoa, dude, that's crazy. Is this real? Tsunami? I'm not gonna make any jokes if that's real because that would not be appropriate. Is this? Was it in the water or off of the? So the earthquake was in the water, and it might cause a tsunami. Well, we got a lot of Orthodox people up there, so pray for the Orthodox up there. Lord have mercy. My cunt, $5. Sam was not going to get a plug for MDE either way. I think he knew that, and he just made the interview be something viral. If he did, nothing there would have gotten any exposure. That's another angle too. Yeah, maybe Sam was just aware of the fact that, like, you know, Harland's podcast gets like 20, 30, that we gets like as many views as we get on our live stream. So maybe he, you know, felt like create a spectacle, make it go viral, something like that. Elias became a member. What's up, dog? Elias says for $5, we need to relax. People need to relax. We need to let Sam Hyde and Harland explain the situation. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what they say about it. Mike 3 says for $10, this is the Streisand effect. Sam Hyde remains undefeated. That's also an interesting angle. You know, we're kind of in this age where rage baiting is the rage, and you think that a thing happens and, oh, this is the end of so-and-so. Not that anybody thinks this is the end of Sam Hyde, but, you know, people think, oh, this is going to be the end of Dean Withers, or, you know, this, and it's like, oh, this is the end of Trent Doherty. No, he'll probably come back as like the top Catholic apologist. I mean, things do not work the way that you think logically in terms of media. It's like Sam Hyde had this joke too. He was talking about Hawk Tuah, and people were like, "Oh, Hawk Tuah's dead," and Sam's like, "No, she's just getting started. She'll come back even stronger after her crypto scam." It's like, yeah, exactly. That's the way it really works. Where are we at here? Mystical Ape. The wise man has a power. Mystical Ape, what's up, dog?
J. Dyer, hello. How are you?
We got a funny man. What's on your mind?
Assalamu alaikum. Me and my bros were chilling in my vape shop, and we were thinking, if Durka, then Bakalah. So why not Muhammad Jihad?
Exactly, yes. This is the kind of joke call that I love and appreciate. And I'm not joking, being serious. I actually like a fake Muslim call. Is actually pretty good. Devin Holt, what's up? By the way, I was joking a while back about buying Hawk Tuah coin. Obviously, I was not going to do that. And then did you notice that I think it did recently pump? I mean, that's the funny thing about crypto is like you think these like obvious rug pull scam cryptos are dead, and then like out of nowhere one day, oh, Hawk Tuah coin is up 40% today. What's up, man? We live in such a weird world that Fartcoin has like a multi-billion-dollar valuation, right? $1 billion valuation. And what, Hawk Tuah, is it back up? Yeah, it is. Look at that. In 3 months, this stupid ass rug pull coin has actually gone up 47%. That's amazing. By the way, I'm not at all promoting this stupid. You got to be a total dum dum to buy this stupid thing. What's up, man?
Yo, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I was going to ask you about what you think of Robert Eggers and specifically Nosferatu. I'm a big fan of his films, but like obviously I watched your video about the witch and how it got like promoted by like some satanic group.
I forgot about that.
I thought that was strange.
Yeah, I didn't like Nosferatu either. That was gross. I thought it was like pro the woman rides the beast type stuff. I thought it was very Crowleyan. That was my take on it.
Yeah, because obviously, I remember watching it, and he goes to the Orthodox Church, and I soy-faced at the screen. But other than that, the movie was pretty demonic.
Yeah, I think because in the book it's kind of that way, or in the book it's kind of hinted that it would be Orthodox Church. Yeah,
it can't not be demonic, obviously, because it's about Dracula. But I don't know. I enjoy that guy's films as being films, but after
Yeah, I
watching
mean,
your witch
I've
video,
only
it is hard.
liked. I mean, there's elements of The Witch that I liked, elements that I didn't like. I thought The Northman was pretty good. The rest of them,
Northman was probably the best.
Yeah, the rest of them I don't care for. I didn't like. Lighthouse was super gay. We did a breakdown of that.
And I mean, I don't know if you heard. I mean, you probably did hear about the news of the suicide bombing. I think it was like 2 weeks ago in Syria.
I heard
Orthodox
that.
Church.
I heard that. Yes, the Orthodox Church. I did hear that. Yes, and then today Syria was getting, I think, attacked by Israel. Right. Tranquil Panther. Yes, that's correct. The Nosferatu movie exaggerated the esoteric stuff for sure, because it's not actually that occultic in the book. But Eggers definitely does put the, legit sigils and Crowley stuff in his movies. And that's kind of what we were pointing out at the very beginning when we did the witch analysis. What's up, man? Unmute. Starting to get a headache. That one ginger chew doesn't carry me. What's up?
Hey, thanks for having me on. I was really enjoying the conversation earlier about like authenticity in music and AI. I actually had kind of a interesting thought that I've been thinking about for a while regarding that. Maybe just wanted to get your thoughts on AI in general. So I was thinking, what would I do if I was some kind of evil record executive and I wanted to pump out as many vehicles for getting money and attention as possible. And I think you're absolutely right that no one's going to want to listen to music that they know is inauthentic. But I think they're going to start hiding the fact that they're using AI and just instead of having producers and ghostwriters in the background, it's just all going to be AI ghostwritten. And, what I would do if I was one of these executives is I would just find some up and coming person on TikTok and I would pay them to use their voice to train a singing model.
Yes.
And then have do 100 of these and then just do market research on SoundCloud to see which one will hit the hardest demographically and then pump them up.
Oh, that's a really good. Yeah, they should hire you to run their scams for them, Tranquil Panther, because that sounds like literally what they would do. Josh, what's up? By the way, head on over to chalk.com. That is the show sponsor. Use the promo code JAY40 to get 40% off, or JAY44Life. That's J44Life to get 44% off all those great Chalk products at chalk.com. That is the show sponsor. They're the best in supplements that you can find on the internet, and I do stand by my Chalk recommendations. They've been a sponsor for almost 5 years now. We love chalk.com. Shout out to the Tomcat Ali. That's my personal favorite. But you can also order the products in a stack there, the performance stack, including the Action 2.0 and the Chad mode pre-workout. What's up, dude? Josh. What's up, Josh?
Hey, I gotta head out.
Okay.
But thanks for having me on, Jay. Good topics.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thanks.
What's up, Josh?
Hey, I wanted to ask what you thought about hypernormalization and that kind of everything that you see in the news, like the Epstein stuff, is specifically designed to incense people, and it's all kind of a distraction.
In a way, that's absolutely correct. In fact, we used to do old afternoon commutes with John Adams and Chris, John that just called in a minute ago, where we talked about how a lot of this stuff getting out is actually to desensitize people to these degenerate things. And so that's a huge part of social engineering. I would say that there's probably a big element that's going on there. In L. Casman, 2 pounds. What is your opinion about The Dutch? Are you talking about the John Hughes movie Dutch, which is actually pretty funny? I don't know what The Dutch is. Anyway, guys, be sure and hit like and share. And also, you can get the Esoteric Hollywood previous installments at Jay's Analysis 1 and 2. Be aware that it will be a few weeks out now. I'm having to rewrite some stuff on part 3, but you will get your copies. Don't worry. I will be speaking at the Ludlow Conference. You can get your tickets here. Yeah, this one. Oh, this goes to Clark Carlton. This one. Stafford, Virginia, September 6th. So you can get your tickets there if you want to come to that. I feel like I'm forgetting something else that I was supposed to talk about. Oh, we'll be back tonight with George on the history of the forgeries and his new book, Errors of the Latins. So come back for that tonight at 9 p.m. Thank you guys for calling in. A lot of fun today. A little bit of a different stream. I wanted to kind of mix it up, see what we got if we mixed in calls on any topic versus just the theology topics. So we'll see how that goes. If you would hit like and share, and otherwise we'll see you guys soon.